but no. Yes, good morning and welcome to the second day of the Windward Islands Cricket Board Women's T20 competition. Grenada versus St. Lucia. Grenada winning their first fixture yesterday against Dominica comprehensively. 180 odd and a century by the captain, Afi Fletcher. St. Lucia going down in a close one against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Vincent and the Grenadines winning by 6 wickets in that fixture. So St. Lucia will definitely want to come out of the blocks here to get their first win. And Grenada would want to continue in their winning ways. St. Lucia batting first. Grenada is in the field and this is Alanson Cruikshank. With me today is Keswick Williams. Good morning to you, Keswick, and good morning to our viewers.
Good morning to you, Alex. It's been a long time, Alex. I want to say Happy New Year to you. And it's so good to be back in the box. Had a really good game yesterday. Lucia versus St. Vincent and then Grenada versus Dominica. Really good game yesterday. We saw two players who played as well for Windwards in Geneva, Glasgow, and Afi Fletcher did pretty well for their team, scoring a half century and also 100 by Afi. So really good from both players who have been doing well for the last couple of years or so for West Indies and for Windwards. Good to see that they take up the mantle as the senior players and score some runs here.
So Carissa Noel she'll be opening the bowling for Grenada. Vice captain. She'll be bowling to Ashleen Edward, who had a very good knock yesterday against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And here we go. Pitched up delivery, not timed by Edward. He's looking to force that one down the ground. Field, there's a slip. There's a player at the turn on the boundary. There's a fine leg, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. It's a wide delivery.
Yeah, something I've noticed with the females and their field setting. We don't have a lot of females who play with their left hand, as in their front arm. A lot of them use their bottom hand a lot, so you'd probably feel a bit more comfortable with most of the fielders probably on the leg side because that's where they look to hit the ball, Alanson.
Yeah, well, that's a discussion we had yesterday. We had a lot of offside bias fields. Even sometimes to the off spinner with the bottom hand dominance of the batters. So that was something that was quite puzzling. But we'll see how they go as they go further into the tournament. Edward might be one of those exceptions. Ashleen Edward, she does tend to play well through the offside. Saw several well-timed cut shots from her yesterday and drives.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. You're gonna see a lot of players hitting the ball, through the offside, especially with the line and length that they have been bowling with since yesterday. Yeah, this one is punched through the offside. This could go to the boundary islands. The first boundary of the day. That's what I'm talking about. With the width that they're bowling with, it will be very easy to get it to the offside. But as long as it come down on that off stump, that middle stump region, it's always going to create that problem of them hitting to the offside. They always go to the onside. But a good start to Edwards. She picks up a boundary.
Yeah, that one was just a bit too wide, just giving too much width, allowing Edward to free the arm. She didn't need that much width yesterday to get a few away, so that one was generous for her.
That's what I'm talking about. When you're on the stump as a player, as a bowler here, they tend to hit the ball on the onside more often than not. No one tries to hit the ball down the ground, using that front hand to hit it down the ground. It's always using that right hand a lot, these females.
That one is cut uppishly down to the field at third. Doesn't carry all the way. She will be disappointed with that because those were the deliveries that she was putting away yesterday. At the end of the first over, St. Lucia women, they are 6 without loss.
Yeah, St. Lucia had a really good start yesterday. Probably should have gotten more runs with the start that they got. They would like to improve on that today. think for Grenada, all they have to do is just keep it on the stump. Zeta James is at the crease. We know how good she is a batter. She can score runs in any condition, especially at this level. Plays for West Indies as well. But it's really good to see yesterday Glasgow, the shots that she played got her to 60. I could remember last year we were having a conversation about her and her batting skills. We have seen some improvement. Last year she was more moving backward instead of getting into the ball. This year we're seeing her. She did score some runs yesterday. Some improvement, yes, but still a bit more work to be done. But she took her team home, which is good to see.
New bowler is Francois. Hit uppishly to the onside, but she will get a single. Edward takes up to 6. Will bring Captain James on strike for the first time in this game. Zeta James plays for the West Indies. A bit of a child prodigy as far as female cricket is concerned. Has been around now for quite some time, even though she's still very young.
Something that I've noticed as well, Alan, is that when you're playing with different people at different levels, for example, Zeta plays at the West Indies level. Edwards, she's playing for St. Lucia, not the first time. But you could see the urgency between the wickets when Zeta is running. Not really seeing that from Edwards. So it's a wide delivery. But it's not just Edwards. It's also the other players from St. Vincent, from Grenada, who haven't played at that level. The urgency between the wickets, you're not seeing that. But when you look at the West Indies players, as soon as they get the ball through the gap, they're behind of it. They're ready to run. And this one is cut upishly over backward point. No chance for the fielder there. Just a single though.
That's James off the mark with that single. As you mentioned, she bats a bit lower down when she's playing for West Indies, but she's quite a correct player. Doesn't have a lot of power, which I think is the reason why she ends up batting a bit lower. But I think she has the prospects in terms of her technique to be a very good player into the future. Just needs to develop the right temperament and the experience that's needed at the international level. Fuller delivery from France. Loud appeal. Paya, not interested. Getting down the leg side. Striking or even outside leg stump. So well down the leg side on that occasion.
Yeah, good decision by umpire Clark. Siobhan Clark, that is. One of our female umpires here. Running from wide of the crease as well and angling it in. So to really get an LBW here, she really have to start it outside the line of off stump. Because with the ball in action, she jumps wide of the crease. And you could see nice, sharp inward movement.
She may actually be a good matchup against Edward because Edward likes the room. And because of her angle, she'll be tucking her up most of the time. There again, you see she's trying, even with the inward movement, to still try to punch it through the offside. Why?
Yeah, she definitely have to be careful there, Alanson. You could see nice run up, get into the crease nicely, but then that last moment, just before she jumps out. So actually sort of all over the place. But the good thing about her is that she gets that inward movement. She just need to be a little bit more consistent in terms of the line. Probably just pitch it just on foot stump. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Alan. It's a high clock, not too interested. But that's what I'm talking about. Being able to be consistent with whatever you have working for you. End of the over. It's 9 without loss.
It's not a bad over from Francois. Except for a couple wides. But other than that, she was on the money. The movement at that end when you're bowling actually aids the movement that she's getting into the right-hander because of the wind here at Arnos Vale. So she has to be mindful of that. In addition to the movement that she's getting in the air naturally, it will be also exaggerated by the wind that's here at Arnos Vale. So she has to be mindful of that. And as you said, aim for a bit outside the off stump so that with the movement, then it would still be hitting the stumps. James will be on strike now to Karina Noel for the first time in this game.
There we see that heavy packed offside field. So I'm guessing she would keep it just outside the line of the off stump, forcing James to hit that ball through the offside. Full toss, hit over mid wicket. Wouldn't do a lot. They're definitely going to get two.
Yeah, it was a quite high delivery. Not to show if she was aiming for a Yorker. They just over tossed, but it was quite high. James is not the tallest, so it was pretty close to being a low ball as well. James very diminutive.
Yeah, we talk about how haven't really get that power. That packed with a lot of power is James. Spoke about that a couple times. Just punched down the ground, easy single. Looking for two. And there we see it again. The difference with the level in terms of players. Zeta looking to run that one fast. Edwards just chipping. She's looking for two. But her partner is nowhere to be found. But talking about Zeta and her strength. There's a player that played for St. Lucia a couple of years. Now playing for Leeward Islands. Yeah, this one is nicely played. Nicely punched behind point. Should got to the boundary. Really nice shot. That's what I'm talking about with her. If you bowl with that weight, that's what she wants. That's the second boundary of this game.
Yeah, she's very strong on the offside, whether off the back foot or the front foot, but especially there in that area. She played some sumptuous cut shots yesterday, and that one is a back foot punch just behind square on the offside. Immaculate shot there from Edward. Everyone will be proud of that.
Yeah, that player at point need to be a little bit more square, I think. Yeah, she needs to come along a little bit more. Just using the edge again. Wouldn't get to the boundary. It's a single. Yeah, but you can see the big difference when she's batting the ball that's way outside the line of the off stump and the ones that are challenging the stump. She's sort of stuck on the crease whenever the ball is on the stump.
That's something different that you see from James. You see that's a classical drive. So she does have a very good technique. Looking at her batting, she's quite correct with her technique. Conventional technique, James.
Yeah, I was asking about that St. Lucian player that's playing for Leewards.
Are you speaking of the opening? She's now opening the batting?
Yeah, she's now opening the batting for Leewards. Someone like her with that full toss, it definitely would have been 6 runs. Just trying to chip that one over the bowler, but hitting it straight to mid-off. Yeah, but it's the end of the over, 17 without loss.
Yeah. So again, it's a fairly solid start from St. Lucia. Similar to what they did yesterday in the first 2 or 3 overs. They were not going very quickly. But they finished the last 3 overs of the power play strongly and ended up at 54 without loss after 6. Fell away somewhat after that as Francois now bowls to Edward. Hugs it to the onside, the bottom hand. Gets a single out to the deep square leg fielder. So the 2 fielders out are deep square leg and the deep fine leg.
Yeah, showing a bit of aggression there is Edward. Usually the one at the top that will set the tempo for the St. Lucia team. Remember, as we mentioned, they started pretty well yesterday, St. Lucia. Yeah, this one is punched over extra cover. Nicely played from Zeta. She don't really have the power, but the technique is well sound.
Yes, that was a lovely shot. I think just a little bit too full, and also giving her the opportunity to free her arms. Doesn't need as much weight as some of the other players who are a bit taller, and she was able to get that over the extra cover field, as you mentioned, for 4. Just a couple of bounces.
Even though it's a packed offside field. Fine leg and third man back. The 2 players that's out. Oh, this one again, trying to sweep. Just going over the keeper. Down to the third man boundary. Good show.
Yeah, she got herself in a bit of a tangle there. Came off the glove. Didn't go very high over the keeper, Williams. So it was a close call. In the end, she was fortunate to get it over the wicket keeper. Always a bit of danger with those shots when the delivery is so far outside the leg stump. It's very difficult to catch up to them, and you could end up being strangled quite easily down the leg side.
There we see it again, that line, that action. If she keeps it on the line of the stump, she should be okay. Soon as she pitch it on the middle stump, it will always go down because of how she's leaning at the crease. Again, there's some bowlers who can control it, Allenson.
It was excellent running there from the pair at the crease. Just played softly onto the onside and they were off very quickly. Because she has an action that is so open-chested and she's angling the ball in from wide of the stump. If she's able then to get 1 or 2 to leave the right-hander, then she'll be extremely dangerous. Because the ball will always seem to be coming in with the angle.
Yeah, as I mentioned, there are some bowlers that can control it, Allenson. This one is flicked down to fine leg. Swept, sorry.
They're almost carrying all the way down to fine leg, so they have been a bit nervous there at one point, but landed short of her in the end, so no real trouble. James really looking a bit more aggressive today than she did yesterday.
She's one of those players that we see that sweeps the ball pretty well. Last delivery of this over. But as we're talking about Lucia, I could remember listening to someone like a Chris John who played for England. He delivered the ball at different points. Sometimes he fall away to get that ball to come in. He stands straighter to get that Yorker. And then to get that outswing. And he sort of brings his hand a little bit wider to get that in-swinger. So there are some bowlers that know how to control it. Some bowlers break their action to get that slower ball. But it's understanding what you're good at and what you can do. So you'd want to see these players who are young to the game do the right things until they understand exactly what they are good at and what they can control. But it's the end of the over. Score is now 27 without loss.
Yes, and there will be a change of bowling from the Beckway end. Looks like the new bowler will be Holly Charles. Saw her in her spell yesterday. And also a good knock with the skipper towards the end of the Grenada innings. Hit a few lusty blows herself. Big unit, Charles. Powerful striker. It's interesting the comparisons with Francoise. She was bowling before. We have had quite a few West Indian bowlers with that wide angle and the open-chested action. from Colin Croft coming all the way down. She'll find that she's a bit unlucky with that one because, and the bowler is fortunate, that was a full toss on leg stump, which she timed very well, but she got it straight to the fine leg fielder.
I can tell you what, they're finding the fielders pretty easy. So it was a full toss that should have been hit anywhere, really. Find the one fielder that's down there at fine leg. Just a single. Not the start that you want as a bowler. And wide again. Missed by the keeper. Happy chase. Wide delivery. It's a little bit offline here, Grenada.
And they did play the second game yesterday. I mean, but it was, the intensity wasn't too high in the field for them because they were defending 180 odd and they were never under pressure in that defense. They should be quite relaxed and ready to go this morning. Again, you mentioned that line. Not very aggressive when that line is bowled to her Ashley and Edwards. That straighter line, middle and leg.
That's just a part of a game that she needs to work on. Thing that is directed to the stump. She's a little bit reluctant in terms of her stroke playing. And not this time. It's over. Mid on. It's challenging the boundary easily. Got there. Trying to use her feet.
Yeah, that one was a little bit too full. Because of the length, she was feeling a bit more comfortable with that. But once it's on a good length on the stump, she's usually quite defensive. That one was a half volley on Midland leg, and the bottom hand came in, whipping it over the wide mid on. And the outfield is quite dry. We haven't had a lot of rain this rainy season. So it's fairly quick. That is where you don't want to really be bowling to her. She mistimed that one, but that's her area of strength.
Yeah, she loves the width. She loves to play the ball behind point. Just wish we had the use of a wagon wheel here, then you would have seen where most of her runs are. Behind point, just in front of point, through cover region. And that's when the ball is really wide outside the line of the off stump, foot stump. Anything coming down on that stump, she saw the weight. And this one is hit straight to mid-on. Easy catch at mid-off, sorry. Easy catch. You have seen her getting out like that a couple of times, even while playing for the Windward Island team. Hitting the ball straight to mid-off. Easy catch. Losing a wicket to Zeta James. Grenada picking up their first wicket. The score is 35 for 1.
Again, I mentioned the power. I mean, if you're batting, it's in the power play, nobody's out. Yeah, the temptation might be there to go over the top, but she can also pace the field with a drive like that. Hit it on the ground, pace the field. As we mentioned before, she doesn't have as much power as some of the other players. So anything that is slightly mistimed when she looks to hit in the air will fall somewhere in the circle. And so that's something that she has been mindful of. She will be very disappointed, I think, with that dismissal. And I think most people viewing will also be disappointed with that dismissal from the bigger picture, not just the Windward Islands tournament, but in terms of Windward Islands cricket and the bigger picture than that as well. West Indies cricket. She's a West Indies player, and you'd want to see her doing well and taking that up to the higher levels as she goes on to play. I think Crafton is the new batter to replace her.
Yeah, we mentioned, or we talk about her technique. We had a conversation about her technique. Really good technique. Just don't have a lot of strength to go with that. And this one again, upishly could get out. She's out. Back-to-back wicket here for Grenada. Into the pitch is Holly Charles.
Yeah, that's a heavy ball. As we said before, she's a strong unit, Charles. I don't think that the coach and the skipper And Crafton herself will be pleased with that shot off your first delivery.
Yeah, that one could have been hit anywhere, Alanson. Just finding the edge into the pitch is Charles. Yeah, she was not in any position at all to play that shot. Could have possibly looked to punch it through cover, probably pick up a single. Trying to go hard over extra cover. Yeah, only could have found the fielder there at cover.
I think she kind of premeditated because she was on the front foot well before the ball was delivered, having to swing back on the back foot. But it's your first delivery, so things are not necessarily always in sync when you just come out to bat. And you could see there she was on the front foot and then trying to swing back, but played the shot almost in an in-between position, neither on the front or back foot.
Yeah, if you look at that replay again, look at where the front foot ended up. She was never in any sort of position to play that shot. Trying to go over extra cover. Oh, got a little bit too big for her.
Peel there from Francois against Edward. Not out. The batter came to the crease at the end of that over. So it's a successful over, double strike for Charles in her first over, 2 for 8 in her first over. She'll be very pleased with that. So will her skipper. Will be her skipper. Again, that's the area that she likes. Doesn't find a gap on that occasion. But you see, she's able to cut deliveries that are quite close. Even those on around 4th stump or 5th stump, she's able to cut them. So you have to keep that line very tight around middle and off, middle and leg for her.
Yeah, she just needs to finish it on the middle stump, on the off stump. Anything slightly too, with too much weight. She seems pretty happy with it. Yeah, we see it again, that angle, that line. And you'll always find that happening, especially for inexperienced bowlers. Being away at the crease, or falling away, I should say, at the crease, and then pushing that ball down the leg side.
Yes, she bowled from the same end yesterday, but it was a much later game. So there wasn't as much wind at that time of the day.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's the line. That's the length. If she stays there, you can see her action here, running in nicely. But then at the delivery stage, good decision by the umpire. At the delivery stage, leaning away a lot. So anything pitching on the line of the middle stump, easy decision for the umpire. Would always seems to be going down the leg side.
This one is hit powerfully over the top. Should get to the boundary. Does so now. Does she stop it? Need a replay on that one.
Yeah, going down. Going down the ground is Edward. To check the replay here, Holly doing chase. Good footwork.
Very well done. Just
Yeah,
wanted to
good
see if she was over the boundary when she took it back up.
Yeah, good work from Holly. I think she'll be pretty energized now because of her last over.
Oh, and that's a drop. From the reaction, you could see it there, Kesrick. Keeper floored. Bowler. Looking, oh yes, that's a big edge. Oh
Yeah. Big edge, Allenson. You see the reactions for the bowler. She produced that delivery that she wanted to produce from a spell begins. Even though that it was like the ball outside the line of the awesome. That was it's pitched up a little wider. Just chose her back behind it. And back on that line again. If she stays there, she'll be okay. You haven't seen Edwards do a lot of damage with the ball on the line of the middle stump. Anything too wide, she goes at it.
Yeah, we'll have to see how much that drop costs Grenada. Edward can be quite dangerous. Was a thick edge too, so it didn't come through very quickly. It seemed to almost pop off the bat. Top edge, really, as she was looking to hit that one with a horizontal bat through the offside. And keeper Williams, I think, will be very disappointed with that one. She would have expected herself to take that, along with her teammates would expect her to take that, especially at this level. The new batter who came in to replace Crafton is Sian Felix. The wicket taker, the destroyer so far, Holly Charles. She will continue. She has figures of 2 for 8 from her first over.
Oh, nice position, Alan, for the batter. Really good stride into the ball. Yeah, that one on the line of the middle stump, just working it down to fine leg. Sian Felix.
Solid excitement there from Charles as he saw that one getting close. Felix did choose to play it quite late, so Charles may have thought that she had gotten through the defenses.
Just a little bit of field change here for Holly. Pushing that field at it on to long on. Oh, is it a gem? Is it a gem of a delivery from Holly?
Hey, look at this one, just touching down just outside the off stump. Ooh!
What did it miss, Alanson?
Very close to the off stump on that occasion.
It's a skipper removing herself from first slip when in the mid-wicket region. With that field position now, feeling that fielder down at third man should come a little bit straighter, knowing that first slip is not there anymore. This is good captaincy by the Grenada captain, Fletcher. How good is Holly Charles for Grenada? Played for Windward Islands last year is Holly Charles.
Good.
And the way she's bowling here, Alanson.
Yeah, that's an excellent delivery. Good Yorker delivery. Bowling with reasonable pace. And a very good line and length. Second attempted Yorker by her in this over. She's kept things quite tight. Again looking for the Yorker off the inside edge. So just a single down to fine leg. So excellent over, only 2 from it. So at this point, Charles has figures of 2 overs, 2 for 10. And St. Lucia women, they are 40 for 2 after the first 7 overs. Felix on 1 of 2, Ashleen Edward on 23 of 29.
This is good work here, I would say, from Grenada. Skipper didn't really bowl yesterday. She's with ball in hand now. Yeah, definitely the match winner for Grenada yesterday and for a lot of years as well, Alan. So not just yesterday. Probably the most experienced player, not just for Grenada, not just for Windwards, but also for West Indies. It's been around for years. Good to see her start in the tournament yesterday. First 100 of the tournament is Afi Fletcher. Packed with a lot of experience. Messaged her yesterday after that 100 and she did say that she's still trying. And that's good to hear from a good experienced player.
Well, you could see that from her batting. You know, she's expanding her batting. The range of shots that she played, you could see that she's still working on her game. She's not at a point where she's satisfied with where she is.
I would like to see Edwards play Afi here. Good start from the experienced Fletcher. She always looks so calm whenever she's bowling. And this is something that I like about her and how she has played her cricket over the years. Always look calm at a bowling mark. Never look too flustered, but this time swatted a wrong deep square leg. Just a single.
Yeah, plays the game with a smile on her face. And it's always positive, I would say. Even with her approach to cricket, it always takes a positive option. Brings Sian Felix into strike.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Afi Fletcher. The experienced Afi Fletcher. She would spin the ball. No clue there. Sian Felix. Celebration for the Grenada team. Look at that. Top of off. How much times you hear that Allenson always hit the top of off as a young bowler?
Yeah, that was an excellent delivery. I think Felix didn't account for the leg spin. They'd play inside the line of the delivery. Notwithstanding that it turned away as well. So she ended up missing it by quite a distance.
It didn't really turn a lot, you know, Allenson, but
it was
it's the position that Felix was in. Didn't really move a lot. Didn't cover her off stump. But a really good delivery from Afi. We have seen that a few times, even last year in the West Indies female tournament, the T20 blast that was played here in St. Vincent. It's that type of delivery from a leg spinner that they would always smile about. Taking that off stump. The bills off the off stump. And for off spinners, going through that gate. Yeah, packed with a lot of experience. Did the job yesterday with the bat. Pretty sure she's going to do a fine job with the ball. Picking up the third wicket here for Grenada. Skipper Fletcher.
So the batter is Chris Smith. Didn't really trouble the scorers too much yesterday. But we'll want to rectify that today. Has several overs left, but she will now be faced with the challenge of facing an international bowler, an international leg spinner. Skipper for Grenada, Afi Fletcher. Not many changes in the field. Maybe an option to bring up some of these deep fielders that are out there now. At least until the new batter gets set. Don't mind them being out there for Edward. The deep mid wicket and the deep square leg.
Yeah, I just have a question for you there, Allenson. Is that how do you look at these tournaments when they're playing and the experienced players are performing every single year, but you're not really getting the performance that you're looking for from the newer players? This one could go to the boundary. Yes, it did. 4 runs from the new batter. It's Chris Smith.
Chris Smith, yes. And that was well played by Smith, actually. She played it late, waited for the turn, whatever turn is on offer, came inside the line, which you really should be doing to the leg spinner. Just a bit, come in. Instead of looking to give room, because it's going to go most likely further away from you. And she was able just to time it down to the fine leg area, which was vacant.
That one didn't turn, it just slid on. There again, somewhat like the same delivery. Definitely when you get to the boundary, should get two. But yeah, Alanson, when you look at these tournaments and the players that have been playing for years, they are the only one that is looking to perform. They are the only one that you're seeing a lot of improvement from. But for the younger players, you're not really seeing what you want to see from them in terms of this player can move on to play at the higher level. How do you look at these tournaments? Do you look at it as, yes, we want to see our senior players perform every single game, but are you saying that we're not really getting any improvement from these tournaments?
No, it will depend on the mindset of the players and the management. When I say players and management, I mean the team think tank, because sometimes to get persons to show them mettle, you have to put them in the tougher situations, which usually what happens is that the senior players would put themselves in tougher situations anyway, because every team wants to win. But if development is the ultimate goal, then sometimes you have to put the inexperienced player in a tougher situation to see what method they have, especially when they have shown you something. There might be some spot that you might have seen in the preparation for the tournament. You give them the challenge and see if they can come up trumps in the game situation. I think that's the only way that you're going to see differences going forward. But I think what happens is that most tournaments, everybody comes in to win. So winning is the main aim, of course. And then development may take a back seat. And that's debatable whether it should be so or not.
I like that answer. It's based upon what the coaches or what the tournament is looking for. If the ultimate goal here is to find new players, then you definitely would look at it. I'm just lifting a bit there. We usually get that from Holly Charles, that extra pace. You usually get extra bounce as well.
Strong ladies, Holly Charles, hitting the pitch hard. And apparently also hitting the bat hard.
Yeah, this one just going down the line of the leg stump, but really love that answer from Alanson. It's about what the coaches and the tournament is looking for. If they're looking for new players to go on to represent the Windward Island team, then you will be sad that you're not really seeing the players coming through. But if it's all about winning, then you want to see your main players perform. That extra pace from Holly. Our follow through is a lot better than the other bowlers in the tournament, I would say. Yeah, sort of drifting away. But mostly all the bowlers in the tournament, as soon as they deliver, they drift to the left side early. But Holly, she actually moving forward a little bit longer. Hence, she always get that extra bounce. With Witt again. Get away with that one, Holly Charles.
Yeah, but because the pressure is on Edward and she has been subdued for a while, that's an area that she's strong in. But sometimes when you get into that defensive mindset, when the delivery comes that you can score from, do not necessarily put it away as you would normally do, which I think was the case on that occasion.
Yeah, just outside the line of the off stump again. Missing Edwards, even though you mentioned it's her area.
Maybe just getting a bit frustrated now. A partner coming to have a little chat with her, just to say, settle down, we are here. We have overs left. Let us just see what we can do as a partnership and then set it up for the back end.
Just a little bit too wide is Holly.
Yeah,
but this is a really good comeback here from Grenada. They started pretty well, St. Lucia. Same start that they got yesterday, but they always lose wicket in clusters. Yeah, missing out here is Edward. But it's the end of the over. Good over for Grenada. The score is 48 for 3. 49, sorry.
There's 49 for 3. 24 not out is Ashleen Edward. Has been stuck a bit, especially since the dismissal in quick succession of James then Crafton, and then subsequently Fletcher getting the wicket off have to just dismiss would be Felix. Yes, Ian Felix. So Grenada, I think, of the teams that we have seen thus far, they have probably one of the better bowling attacks from what I have seen. And putting some pressure now on St. Lucia, having lost a few quick wickets in succession. Fletcher deciding now that she could take a break. Tyrrell is being introduced. We saw from her that she medium pace, mainly bowls stump to stump, which was a good approach to bowling yesterday. Got a lot of wickets.
Yeah, just one over from the skipper. Picked up a wicket. Now she's off. Giving the ball to Jada Tyrrell, that is.
Yeah, Smith as well. I think I could remember her from under 19. Did play with James and a few others.
Oh, nice delivery. Nice delivery. I like her approach to the crease. Really nice high jump.
Full delivery. Still not finding a gap is Edward. She'll be disappointed with that. Acres of space on the onside. 4 fielders, yes, but still sufficient gaps. Put away that full delivery, full toss. Smith has an interesting technique. She does tend to move across the crease quite often. In the air, and she's out. Stretching for that one, looking to cut that one over the offside. Looks like it came off the toe of the bat. Wasn't really in control of the shot, wasn't in a position to play that one. In the end, it was more arms than anything else. Yes, very wide, playing under it. And it was an easy catch in the end. So another vital wicket taken here by Grenada, making more inroads into the St. Lucia women team. Now St. Lucia women, they are 51 for 4.
Yeah, not the position that they want to be in. Grenada smiling right now. It was wide. Should have been left alone. Yeah, but Grenada is pretty happy. It was short as well, Alanson. No need to play at that. Yeah, easy catch for the Grenadians. Celebrating. We now have a jinx break here now at the Arnisville Cricket Stadium. The score is 51 for 4. Take a short break and we'll be back. Yeah, we're back here at the Arnos Vale Cricket Stadium. We had a short jinx break. Oh, it's 51 for 4. Smith just losing a wicket there. And Jada Tyrrell just being introduced. So the Grenadines have been picking up wicket constantly. So this is good from Afi Fletcher. Good captaincy. Yeah, just a short jinx break brings a new guy into the come box. Score is now 51 for 4. Yeah, I mentioned the line that she's bowling with and also her approach to the crease. Nice jump. Looking pretty straight. Deliver the ball nicely. Picks up a early wicket is Tyrrell. Yeah, another wide delivery. Something that they have been plagued with this morning is Grenada. Always train every time they deliver a gemmer for delivery. Picks up a wicket and then they go and they stray. Just need to be a little bit more consistent in terms of their line and length. They should be fine. A nice delivery to end things off. A dot to finish. The score is 52 for 4. So it's Hollywood ball again in hand. Yeah, this one a little bit too straight. Just pulling it down to fine leg. Just a single. You're having the come box with me now, Mr. Rajiv Roberts.
I gotta say good morning, Kesrick, and happy to be in the comebacks with you as well this morning. It's day 2 of the Women's T20 Championship right here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're witnessing the match between Grenada and St. Lucia. He scored 53 for 4 in the second half of this 20-over match. Batting is Marcelin on 0 from 2 and Edward 26 from 39.
Holly haven't been doing too bad since she has been introduced. They haven't been scoring off of her. So this is good. Her 4th over, 2 for 12. Doing a fine job here for her skipper. Just remember, her skipper have 3 overs in the bag. Also Noel, short of a good length. And she always have that extra bounce. That's because of her follow-through. She's probably one of the bowlers in this tournament that you will see with a longer follow-through, which is good for her. Making her debut last year for the Windward Island team. So that in itself will give her a bit of confidence going into this tournament. Started well yesterday. And doing a fine job today again for her skipper. Pretty sure that Mr. Roberts would have enjoyed the knock that he saw yesterday from the skipper, Afi Fletcher.
Yeah, it was definitely a good knock from the skipper leading from the front yesterday. And I would have definitely called it early yesterday, Kesrick. And to see Afi went on and make that brilliant 100 yesterday, it's really bringing goosebumps to a lot of people, especially I know the people in Grenada would have definitely loved that.
Yeah, even at this age now, with the experience behind her, she's still trying to improve her game, trying to get better with her batting, which is good. That bounce again. We also would love to see her continue that, not just for this tournament, going into the next tournament immediately after this, which is the West Indies Female Championship Tournament. There would be T20s and 50 over games right here at the Arnos Cricket Stadium and then at the Cyan Hill playing field. So we would love to see her continue that going into that tournament for the Windward Island team, because definitely she would be in that squad. So at this age, with her performing like this and looking to get better, this is good. We also see someone like a Johnson Charles, who played for West Indies recently, still trying to improve his game. You could see now the innovations, the reverse sweep, the slug sweep from Johnson Charles, something that you haven't seen in his younger career. So it's good to see players who have been playing for years with all the experience still trying to do new things.
Well, from yesterday watching Afi play, she was a 360 player yesterday, Keswick, the reverse sweep, and a whole lot more. But I just hoping that St. Lucia haven't get that kind of slide that they get yesterday. They had a very good, very, very good partnership, opening partnership of 60, and they lose their way through the middle. So I'm hoping to see at least the batters push on so we could have a competitive score here today against Grenada.
Yeah, something that the Grenadines have been getting away with all day is the fuller delivery. Every full toss have been hit to a fielder, and they could only just get one. Ashleen Edwards being the main batter at the crease. Scored some runs yesterday as well. He's on 27.
So just a reminder to the viewers, both teams, St. Lucia is unchanged, as well as Grenada from their previous game yesterday. Is Tyrrell. Batting is Marcelin and Edward. Edward is on 27 from 40. And Marcelin just got her first single from 9 deliveries.
Yeah, it haven't been the best start for her. But the way Jada is bowling, I mean, she's bowling wicket to wicket. Sometimes she's stray. But more often than not, she bowls to the stump. This one just flicked down to the deep square leg boundary. Getting too easily. But Grenada at this moment is doing a fine job. Pull back the game. Even though that St. Lucia had a good start with Zeta and Edward at the crease. Yeah, but they always lose wickets in clusters. Same thing that happened yesterday against St.Vincent. Yeah, trying to go down the ground is Edwards. Moving nothing but air. I think what she needs to do is just play each ball on its merit. She's the only batter at the crease right now that looks like she's going to score runs. Do not play across the line. Look to play each ball on its merit. Hit the ball down the ground, on the ground, not in the air. We haven't seen any player yet to really hit sixes today.
Because as the production score says 96, I think they need a bit more, especially coming up against this quality team of Grenada. Especially you see yesterday when Afi scored at 100 and the last 5 overs in her innings, moving from over number 15 to 20, that's when they capitalize on whatever is thrown at them.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need a bit more runs with the form that Afi Fletcher is in. Noel as well is good with the bat. We saw her last year for the Windward Island team, bringing home a game actually against Barbados. Skipper with ball in hand again, Robert. So she have been doing a fine job as skipper, moving around the field, bowling a gem of a delivery to remove Smith.
Well, she's now bowling from the backway end, as you notice, Kez.
And I guess the reason for that is then with the wind factor blowing across the ground, the ball will be spinning away from the right-hander. Sweeping nicely is Marceline. Just one. Yeah, her control is always something that you have to be happy about over the years, is Afi Fletcher. Flights the ball nicely. And as long as she's playing on a pitch that give her that kind of turn that she always looks for. She is that spinner that always looks to spin the ball straight down the leg side. Sweeps it, just a tickle. And Noel doing chase. Just two. As long as she gets it right, she's really a handful, is Afi Fletcher.
Well, as a veteran in the game, I think if she gave the ball a little bit more air, with this swing, this spin that she's getting, she's gonna definitely be rewarded.
Yeah, she's always that type of player that always looks to spin the ball. She's not that type of bowler that decides, look, I'm just gonna be flat today. She always look for that spin, see what the pitch has to offer. And knowing the pitches in the Caribbean, mostly docile tracks, she always looks to get that spin. The main spin bowler for the Leeward Islands over the years and also for West Indies. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Looks to always give the ball that air. Plays in the women's CPL as well. He plays for Barbados. Yeah, straight down the line of the leg stump just a bit. Still not a bad over here from Afi.
If St. Lucia doesn't get a move on, because they will probably be looking to at least. Grenada would actually be looking to chase at least around 80 if they haven't looked to get a move on here.
She's not that delivery, that last one. You could see from how she delivered that ball. She wasn't looking to actually spin that one. Yeah, there you see it. Yeah, she's not looking to spin that one. Yeah, just slide back into the right-hander. It's Marceline. She's a smart bowler. Over the years, she have been delivering for Grenada, for Windwards as well. Now we're seeing her with the bat, and this is something good. Delivering with bat and ball. And this is what you need from players like this in this tournament. It's good to always have new players coming in, seeing new talent, but it's always even better when you have experienced players performing. Yeah, that one just strained down the leg stump a bit from Tyrell.
But it is definitely good to have the senior players in the mix, so at least the young players who come in through could definitely learn something before the senior players actually make the exit. Because in some teams we definitely see the fall off from that.
Yeah, definitely. It is something that I've been noticing over the years. Huge shout there from Jada Tyrell. On move. Yeah, really good decision. Definitely missing the leg stump. It's always good to have experience in your setup. When you look at cricket in England, the county cricket, for example, they just punch down the ground here from Edwards. Wouldn't get to the boundary. The Marceline looking for two. Edwards is She's pretty happy with one, and that's something that I've been noticing with her ever since yesterday. She always just look for one, no matter what. And this is something that she needs to improve on. Batters always try to push her for two. She's always settling for one. Just need to get that first run out of the way fast. And then if there's a mishap by the fielder, you could always get to a wide delivery again from Tyrrell.
Coach is always sick as you got to run the first one hard.
Yeah, it's something that you would hear from the start of your career. Few things that you will always hear. Hit the top of our off stump as bowlers. As batters, run the first run hard. Always play the ball straight. These are the things that you hear when you start to play cricket at. Missing everything there, Tyrrell. Missing the bat and the stump. Good work by keeper Williams. She have been having an up and down game today. Dropping catches, misfeeling. So good glove work from her at that moment. Yeah, this is not really looking too good here for St. Lucia. They need to have a move on, as Roberts mentioned. They're trying to swat that one down the ground. Good work there from Tyrrell. Dot delivery.
Well, because after the power play, they haven't really get a move on because within the 4-6 overs, they had 38 for 2. And after 13.5 overs, the score is now 63 for 4. So I think St. Lucia definitely need to up the tempo here in order to have a good score so they could challenge, say, Grenada.
Yeah, definitely. Only that fourth over. They got 10 runs. Every over after that, the highest one was 8. So they're not really getting a move on here, St. Lucia. So they need to that last over. It's going for about 3 or so. Tyrrell is not doing too bad. Picked up a wicket, just 9 runs, and that was a third over.
Yeah, so really and truly, I'm hoping that the batters, somebody probably from the dugout need to bring some kind of message. It's a T20 game, and we know in the Caribbean, a matter of fact, throughout the world, the talk that is T20 game is a fast-paced game, but now they're T10, but it doesn't take away from the T20.
I tell you what, something that the T10 did for T20 is make T20 look long as ever.
True.
When you're playing a T10 series, like you're in Abu Dhabi playing a T10 game, and you come to play a T20, finding the edges, Holly, and it's a drop catch. It's too easy. Sorry, it's not Holly, it's a new bowler being introduced. Raquel finding the edge of Edwards. In the air at short cover. Yeah, just outside the line of the off stump again. Edward trying to up the tempo here. Should have been a catch, really.
Raquel is definitely doing well this morning because compared to yesterday. She had a lot of extras yesterday in her force over. She's doing well here this morning in her force over. Just saw a drop catch off her and off her first delivery. And maybe I speak too fast.
Well, I tell you what. She needs to hit those chops early. Arlene Edwards is on 34. She's the only batter they have there now that can up the tempo. She likes wit. Trying to go over mid-wicket.
What I would definitely love to see from Edwards, I always tell bowlers that there's a spot on the pitch that belongs to you. And always try to find that sweet spot. Once you find that sweet spot, you're in business.
It's all about consistency as a bowler. Looking to advance down the ground is Edward. Going wide. Really smart from her. Seeing Edwards looking to advance and going wide. But it was a bit too wide from Raquel. giving away another extra. Yeah, trying to come down the ground again is Edward, looking a little bit upset with herself. Can't get back to ball. Just 4 runs from this over. Still not a big over. Yeah, this one is a little wide. Hitting it straight to the fielder at extra cover. Looking a little bit upset is Edward. She's just finding the feelers. The last couple of overs or so, over number 14, just went for about 5. Well, it's bold. She is bold. Fuller length from Raquel. Edwards looking to advance again. Only move A. Big swing hitting the off stump. Really good delivery from Raquel, producing a wicket for Grenada again. The score is now 67-5.
Because after the power play, they have just scored only 29 runs. So somebody, and I think it's important for the batter who coming out now, to at least try to up the tempo. There must be a message coming at least for the batter inside the wicket. Because you can't just be there actually just pushing around, and that's what I think what caused Edward wicket, because she tried to get a move on and then she keep finding that feeler. So then I think that's what caused her wicket.
Yeah, just 4 runs from over 40. If we go back to the other overs, they haven't gone above 10, and that is the problem. They haven't been scoring St. Lucia. The only over that have passed 9 runs is over number 4, which went for 10. So that is the problem here, Roberts. They haven't been finding the boundaries, and when Grenada toss up that bad delivery, they're hitting it to the fielders. You just need to find the gap. That last over that Edward faced, you could have seen the frustration. Full toss again, straight to a fielder. Holly's down there at mid-off. Just a single.
Well, with the slide that I saw from St. Lucia yesterday, after having a brilliant start of 60 for the first wicket, and they are now 68 for the loss of 5 wicket, how much more do you think that they can get in the next 4 overs?
Yeah, they have to get as much as possible. That's what I'll say. But the way how they're batting now, can't see them get into that 100, 110 mark, which should be okay for them to give them a fighting total. Even though Afi scored 100 yesterday, cricket is played on the day. Yeah, just outside the line of the off stump. Noel haven't picked up a wicket, just 15 runs. That projected score is going down every delivery.
Well, as I said yesterday on here, because the team that go in the dressing room with the momentum will definitely come back out with that momentum and hoping to be victorious. And I know Grenada, from the type of cricket that they played yesterday, they are looked up because the net run rate, their net run is in a plus, and is at a high plus. So to restrict it, St. Lucia this morning here, so far they are 69 for the loss of 5 in over number 16. We're just waiting to see what will happen. Hope that they could get at least 120 and make it a challenge in total.
Yeah, they definitely need to do something spectacular here. Even get them to 120. Noel is not doing too bad. Haven't picked up a wicket as yet. The skipper still have 2 overs. Would she bowl them? Yeah, on the line of the half stump again. Yeah, this is good stuff here from Noel. Holly, the main destroyer, picking up 2 wickets in her first over. Yeah, that was the 5th over as well. Breaking the back in the power play. Really good stuff here. She's bowling wicket to wicket is Noel. So it's really hard for them to get arms to hit the ball through the offside. And this is something that we have noticed with the female players. Anything on the line of the stump, it's a bit difficult to score. And they're always stuck on the crease in terms of their stroke playing. So they're not really moving. They're not really striding out. The score is now 70 for 5.
4 more overs to go, 16 overs already gone. And Raquel is back for her second over. Her first over win for 4 runs, picked up 1 wicket.
Yeah, her first over was good. Just 4 runs, picked up a wicket, drop catch as well. Yeah, just probing around the line of the off stump. Not a lot of weight. All fielders outside. Yeah, fuller delivery again. Marceline trying to go over mid-wicket. Moving nothing but air. Thinks if she keep it there, she'll be fine. Yeah, you don't want to go too wide. You don't want to go too wide, is Raquel.
What I will definitely love to see from Raquel is she have that grip, that looking for that inward movement to the stump. She's bowling a very good line, but I would like to see how she that grip that she could move that inward, get that inward movement.
Well, they're not getting to hit her over the boundary. They're not even getting singles. So at this moment, I think she's pretty happy with what she's doing.
Because this is the kind of pressure that Raquel create to get the wicket off Edward. And with her having 2 more ball in her over, we'll see what happens here. The score 70 for 5.
Oh, not too good. Not good for St. Lucia. Maiden over here from Raquel. Looking to go full. Well, they need to score. So I'm not sure how they're going to get it done. But they need to find a way to at least get some runs on the board. 70 for 5.
I think someone needs to actually put up their hand and say, I'm going to take on this next 3 overs. Give me most of the strike. I'm gonna try to push this total on. They need a total over 100. Yes, Rick, this morning is a very good morning, lovely morning for cricket, a Monday morning. And St. Lucia is batting, Grenada in the field. Afi Fletcher is back.
Just what you expect from Fletcher. Taking out that player that's at short mid-wicket, putting her on the 45. And moving that player that was on the 45 there and putting her at short third man. Actually looking to spin the ball, hitting it straight to extra cover. It's Philip.
Well, seeing Fletcher from the old airport and Kez, I think that it means that Raquel will have to finish down this end because she's bowling well.
Yeah, this is smart, and she would still have another over. Is Fletcher. Not seeing these Lucian batters being able to cross the boundary if she's bowling. Really good captaincy from her this morning. Being able to pull back the St. Lucia batters. Fair start by them. Flights it nicely. Just a single from both batters. Haven't seen any St. Lucia batter apart from Edwards and Zeta James that looks to find a gap. At least they try. Yeah, finding the edge. Not sure if she understands what's going on, but it's the end of the over. Just 2 runs from it. Score is 72 for 5.
Fletcher bowling as well as she normally does. With the score, with her 3 overs only going for 13 runs, picking up 1 scalp. Well, we're not gonna see. I thought we was gonna see Raquel as she was bowling well, but she will not be bowling the 19th over, Kez.
Pretty not really surprised. Noel being the main bowler for Grenada, played for Windward Islands as well. So she have that experience, understand what is required, especially at this time. She just needs to keep it on stump. It starts a bit outside the line of the 4th stump. A dot ball is always a dot ball though. Just 17 runs off for 3.1 overs or so. 78 is the projected score. Yeah, this is a good shot. It is a good shot. Holly doing chase. Would it get to the boundary? Definitely. It's a really nice shot, Roberts.
Well, I was just about to ask if this is what the St. Lucians were actually waiting for, a little bit more pace on the ball. And before I get the chance to ask the question, there was a boundary.
Yeah, really nice shot. It was on the line of the leg stump. Yeah, good comeback by Noel. It was on the line of the leg stump. Playing that one nicely straight back down the ground. Something that we haven't seen this morning from a lot of the St. Lucian batters. Playing the ball down the ground. Yeah, coming back again. Yeah, good work from Noel. Just getting a bit of finger to it. A finger was enough. But Phillip is on move. She's still in the crease. A little bit cheeky there from Noel. Still not a bad spell from her. They're trying to go down the ground again. Just hit it straight to Charles. Trying to get a quick one. Easy single.
Because there's something I noticed. Miscellaneous is 4 from 30. Maybe she could have actually used up some of them that ball. Look to rotate this strike and get some pick up some singles.
Trying to go down the ground just over the head of Noel. Just smiling. Probably could have got a hand to it. Score is now 76 for 5. Last over here, St. Lucia women 76 for 5. Alfie Fletcher with ball in hand, 3 overs, 13 runs. Have to try to get some off her. Flighted delivery. Just what we expected from Fletcher. She always looks to spin the ball. She usually smiles when it's a right-hander at the crease as well. Now packed offside field. A shot swatted around the mid-wicket side. Just a single.
Now, what I'm seeing here from the St. Lucian batters, is that they're trying to score off every delivery here in this over, which should have been happening all year.
Straight back to the bowler. I think that it is something that the St. Lucia batters need to work on. Being able to find the gaps. The strength of their batting is big six. Trying to go for a big six. Not really getting enough bat on it. It's Philip. Not a lot of celebration from Grenada. They're just happy that she's gone. Easy catch from the fielder out there at deep mid-wicket. Philip is gone. Another wicket for Grenada. The score is now 77 for 6.
The incoming batter is Nisha Cherry. Number 5 on her back. Yeah. We ain't seen no celebration from Grenada. It's the final over. Actually, 2 more deliveries leave, and I think they just want to get this innings out the way. So each player even noticed because they haven't moved. They stayed in their position. The catcher just catch the ball and she throw it back and go back to her position.
Yeah, there was zero celebration there. Cherry just punching that one over the head of Afi Fletcher. Just a single. Everyone was unmoved except the fielder.
Well, with the score on 78 for 6, with 1 legal delivery, as I said earlier, because at the end of this innings, Grenada might just be chasing around 80. And that's the end of the St. Lucia innings. The score is 78 for the loss of 6 wickets. Phillips 8 from 13. Cherry 1 from 1. Fletcher 2 for 15 from her 4 overs.
Yeah, it's the end of the innings. The score is 78 for 6. St. Lucia never really had a move on. Really good bowling from the Grenada bowling attack. Afi Fletcher doing the job again with her fielders. Good captaincy. Picking up 2 wickets for just 16 runs. Holly also picking up 2. So this is really good stuff. Good momentum finish with the Grenada team. You just need to come out and just bat well. Grenada women needing 79 runs off 20 overs. After a really good victory yesterday, they're here again. Really good start for them. They just need to continue from there and win this game. As we take a break here at the Arnos Cricket Stadium, we'll be back in a couple of minutes to continue the second innings.
Well, welcome back to Arnesville playing field, where we are in a battle here between St. Lucia and Grenada. St. Lucia have batted first and scored 78 for 6 in their 20 overs. Grenada women need a 79 runs in 20 overs with the likes of Harvey Fletcher, who had 100 yesterday. Should be easy pickings for them. With me is Rajiv Roberts. Rajiv Roberts, your look so far on the game? How do you see it?
Well, 78 on the 79 for victory, Martin. And contrast to yesterday, the way Afi batted yesterday, I know she's going to continue because she was not out yesterday in yesterday's game. I know she's going to continue today, right? And she's going to start all over. So it's just a matter of she coming out and applying herself again along with the other opener, right? And but to my belief and my knowledge from the game yesterday, I believe that Grenada will be victorious in this encounter this morning.
Well, I think they should get this 78 runs rather easily, but they bowled pretty decently in that first half of the game. They bowled very economically, a few wides here and there, but I think they bowled exceptionally well for a team who has been struggling a bit with their bowling. Your thoughts?
Well, restricting Dominica yesterday and restricting St. Lucia this morning again, Martin. They batted force yesterday, set a mammoth total of 180 plus, and restrict Dominica for I think was 60 odd. And to come out this morning restricting St. Lucia under 80, it says a lot for the unit.
Yes, they have bowled well as a team. They took the catches, they fielded well, and their batting is clicking with the skipper at the top. And she's doing well with the ball as well. As you see, both players are coming out now on the playing field. St. Lucia has already taken their places on the field. They have to defend the 78 runs. But it would be a mammoth task here against the like of Harvey Fletcher and Grenada batting lineup. They have been doing very well so far in this tournament. They have won their first game. They're looking for their second win. St. Vincent have won their first game. St. Lucia have lost their first game and they're looking for a win here. Probably they would like to sneak out Grenada for at least a 60 runs. So you think that's possible here?
Anything is possible, Martin. But as I said earlier, with the kind of vibe in the unit from Grenada as far as seeing, because even you drop a catch, they're still on a high.
Yes.
Right? There's nothing to be bothered about. They're not bothered. Yesterday, I realized the only person that didn't bowl was the keeper.
So they have a very good all-around team.
Very good all-around team.
Batting, bowling, fielding, everything. Well, with Harvey Fletcher is Thomas. And to start proceedings for St. Lucia is Ross with the first delivery. Left arm over the wicket. Outside the off, some good line and length into the keeper's glove. Good start.
Good start, but as a bowler, you always want to get that force delivery, wicket to wicket. Very, very important. Start to challenge your batswoman or batsman, whoever at the crease. But the score, because you got to remember the score is a pretty small score. You have 120 legal deliveries, and your target is 80. You have to try to restrict whoever the opponent is.
She's in. She's driving that 192 covers. She's gone for one. That's Thomas, and she's back for two. So 2 runs, opening the scoring here for Thomas and Grenada. 2 without loss. Pretty nice shot there by Thomas to start proceedings. Picking up 2 runs through covers. It's a lovely day for cricket here. The outfield is very well manicured, and the sun is out in all its glory as well. And really, how you view the wicket so far? How it's been playing?
The wicket is playing good consistency. Just the bowlers have to hit the right length. As we see it right there, Martin, you hit the right length and the batters could be in some trouble.
Yes, that one just pitched and kind of holds its own and square the batter up, hitting the outer portion of the bat, going down to third man. Critically important for St. Lucia to hit those lengths here. Critically important. So Ross, as required, doing the job. This one she's hitting back past Ross. It is getting close to the fence. Would the ball win the contest here? Does it? Oh, I think it did. The fielder throws it back in. No signal from the fielder. The umpire is looking. So 2 runs to Ross here, to Thomas here, and carries the score now to 4 without loss. Good intention here by Thomas. Power play overs.
Yeah, they're still in the power play, so that's definitely the way you should be going when you're batting. You have 6 overs of power play, and that's definitely the way you should be going. It doesn't matter whether the score is 20 or 180.
Depth touch, looking to run it down to third man. Only finding the backward point. 4 without loss. As you said earlier, what will be critical in this game is the way that St. Lucia applies themselves with the ball. But Grenada is a good batting lineup, a good batting set up there for Grenada, led by Avi Fletcher, well supported by the others. It's down the leg. It's running down to the fine leg boundary. Had some bat on it, so a single to Thomas again. So in the first over, 5 without loss. Grenada versus St. Lucia, looking for a total of just about 79 to win this game.
Well, I was just about to say, Zayda James will definitely have to bowl within the power play. And as the leader of this group, I think that's what she's going to do, because you need wickets. You need wickets in order to peg Grenada back on the back foot. You need to pick up some early wickets in the power play.
I agree with you there. You have to bring your best to Grenada early, and to get a wicket of Avi Fletcher early to put Grenada under some pressure as well. So I agree with you. And here she comes. She's a key bowler for St. Lucia. So she's going to do the business here in the power play, bowling to Fletcher and Thomas in the first half of this game. And if they ought to get Avi Fletcher and a few more wickets, we could see a whole different ball game here.
Into the second over, the first over went for just 5 runs. And Grenada needs 74 from 114 deliveries. Afi Fletcher yet to face a delivery.
Indeed. So here she goes. Zayda James, first delivery. Peel just rock on the pads. Nothing to worry about. As you said, Avi Fletcher has not faced the delivery. There's a slip, a backward point, a short extra cover, a mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and the square leg, and a deep mid-wicket. She's looking to turn that one again. Think she should be encouraged to play the ball down the ground to start proceedings, present a full face of the bat.
Martin, as you speak, I think that's what Fletcher is actually pointing out to the other batter, her partner, that she could just punch that down the ground instead of trying to turn it to the leg side. But she seems to love that shot a lot.
Well, she gets a single from that one. He played it nicely as well. Behind square, picking up another single. Gets Fletcher on strike for her first delivery here today. Coming off a lovely 100 yesterday. She would like to continue in that vein. What is normally said, a new day, new start. You have to start from scratch again. Take your guard. Mark your guard and start from scratch again. It's a new day. St. Lucia versus Grenada. Third game in this Windward Islands T20 tournament. Women's tournament been played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Pretty solid tournament been played there. It's played there last year as well. Well attended. So it's Zayda James with the ball around the wicket. Afi just choking it down the ground. A positive shot to start proceedings there by Fletcher.
Our second matchup today will be against St. Vincent and Dominica. Dominica lost yesterday, and so too St. Lucia would have lost their first game yesterday. They're here battling against Grenada, who would have won their first game yesterday.
Well, somebody's looking for a win. Grenada looking to go 2 up. St. Lucia looking for their first win, but they have to fight really hard against an informed Grenada team. 7 without loss. This one is just turned down to the fine leg area. Picks up another single. So, good going here by Grenada. 2 overs have been bowled, 8 without loss.
The required run rate is not a mountain to climb. It's just 3.94. And I think it's easily gettable for Grenada. And I think they're trying to overhaul this total, Martin, without losing a wicket.
Yeah, I think they have a plan to really bat through the innings and so on. Fletcher and Thomas, they have started nicely. No risk, really. I think Thomas will take on the bowling in this power play. So it's Ross with the ball in hand. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. So he has 2 female umpires doing proceedings today in this game. Maria Abbott and Chevron, both out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's good to see as well.
Yeah, two very good umpires. No, they've been around for a long time.
So it's Thomas versus Ross. This one, she's hitting it airborne, just falling short of the mid-on. Picks up another single. Fortune favor the brave. Well. Grenada coming off a victory, as you said earlier. St. Lucia looking for their first win. Bright sunshine here at Arnos playing field. This one is driven back past Ross powerfully by Fletcher. Just gets the leg out of the way there. Was in immediate danger. Avi carrying the mantle of batting and bowling and also being a skipper for this Grenada team. This one is striking on the pads. Keeping a little bit low. Haven't seen that for the morning. That's a trifle low.
Very good decision from the umpire, Chevron.
Yes. This one, not a delivering to the pads. So that seems to be the plan from Ross to Fletcher. Just keep it close to the pads. Keep things tight. She have done so in those last 2 deliveries.
Well, she's definitely bowling wide off the crease as well, Martin. So and she's constantly pitching the ball on that leg stump line. So she's not giving her no room to free her arms.
She goes, what Fletcher says, I'm going to take you on, come what may. She hits that over mid-on. It goes over the ropes now. 4 runs to Avi Fletcher. She's that sort of player. And a really good shot here by Fletcher, which in the same area, just a further back, and she smashed it over mid-on for 4.
Well, that's the first boundary for the Grenada team this morning, with the score on 13 in 2.5 overs. Ross is none from 10 from 1.5.
Ross again into the pad area. She slowed that one up. Very good bowling there by Ross. Good comeback. That brings over number 3 to an end. It's 13 without loss. Fletcher is on 5 and Thomas is on 8.
Still in need of 67 runs for victory from 17 overs. That's a lot of overs. Lots of overs. So they're definitely not in any rush here to get to this total, because it's not a huge total.
But what I would like to see is that they play the game as it's supposed to be played. It's a power play. You take the risk and see how far you can get into that total, and then make it a little bit easier for you and your team to get to that total. if you allow the power play to be bold and you didn't do or take advantage of that, it puts you in a kind of peculiar situation. So I would like to see the cricket being played how it's supposed to be played. And they have done so far. Not too bad. 13 in 3 overs. Still probably need a move on.
Skipper James into Thomas. Thomas another single. Fletcher back on strike.
St. Lucia looking for that golden wicket of Harvey Fletcher. The key bowler is on, Zeta James. She has done exceptionally well for St. Lucia last year or two. She has grown in stature as well. Very dependable. She is. So is Fletcher for Grenada. That ball signaled by the umpire. Seemed like some of the players or something was happening there. She was in the ready state. So she has to bowl that delivery over. This one is punched to covers. And she has changed the way that she bowls to Thomas. She's bowling flat and fast and now to Fletcher.
I think she knows Fletcher game, Martin. Being around playing with Fletcher, West Indies and so forth, and Windward Island cricket. She do not want to give Fletcher that ball to get under.
Agree with you there. She's just trying to keep things tight just on the off stump. Keep Fletcher in check. She knows Fletcher would hit her down the ground or through mid-off, mid-on. She's a very good player right around the ground. So she has all the shots. All the shots. Sneak a very good single there. Good communication between these two as well. Another single being taken.
And they're having that kind of feel for Afi when she's on strike.
Yeah, packed offside field. Short. Fine leg. Backward square. Deep mid wicket. 2 fielders on the boundary. Can't bowl there. Cut to backward point for 4. Can't bowl there. Avi Fletcher will make best use of it, and she did. Cut it to backward point for 4. Lovely shot.
So I think definitely the plan that they came with is to bowl on the pad of Afi, and you see once you stray, you pay.
And she did that extremely well. She would pounce on every bad delivery you bowl. That's something that she has in her repertoire. She has done that exceptionally well. Avi Fletcher. Score moves up to 20 for 3. 20 without loss. Again, that is short, and she's back and punching and sneaking another single. So the communication between these two has grown over the years.
As I said earlier, Martin, that Afi, she left off yesterday not out, and I know she's going to continue this morning because even the game was finished yesterday. Down to the last ball of the over yesterday, she still means that she's eager for runs and she need runs. So knowing that she came out here this morning, they have a small total of just around 80 to chase. She's going to give it her best shot.
Yeah, and she's doing well so far. Thomas, 10 has supported her very well. 10 from 13. Fletcher, 11 from 11. They need to get another 59 runs in 16 overs. And the required run rate is 3.69. And the current run rate is 5.25.
New bowler is Crafton.
Yeah, she's coming to St. Lucian cricket as a youngster. Really, she's still young, pretty young. But she has done well for St. Lucia. They're hoping that she could pick a few wickets here for them, especially that big scalp of Fletcher. She's 11 from 11. She's on strike. So, Crafton with the first delivery. Oh, good lifting delivery outside the off stump. Just on that 4th and 5th stump there. Had some bounce and pace on it as well. Keeper didn't take it cleanly. Fletcher looking to punch that to backward point. But the height and pace generated there by Crafton. This one is short and she smashes that over mid-wicket into the fence for 6. Don't bowl that to Fletcher. I'm in good form and I will hit you out of the ground. 6 runs to her. Brilliant shot that is.
We saw the opening bowlers, Martin. They was actually bowling, when they're not bowling wicket to wicket, they're bowling into Fletcher's pad. And as I said a while ago, if you stray, you will definitely pay. And that is definitely what happened there. You cannot dig a ball into the pitch and expect to sit up and I just watch it go by.
Fletcher made exceptional use of that shot and she smashed it all the way over the fence for 6. Packing some power as well is Fletcher. She dispatches the loose balls, as we said earlier. She does that very well. This one is pitched up and she's hitting it. Would she be out? Oh, it goes all the way. It goes all the way. The fielder was coming under it, but the ball had the last say. 6 more runs to Fletcher.
That's his second 6 in the over. And we still have 3 more balls to go in the over. How much more Fletcher do want out of this over?
Well, as much as she could get, based on the way that she's going. So Crafton been taken to the cleaners here. 13 from 3. 34 without loss, Grenada. Crafton under the pump. Again, she's been smashed. Would she be out this time? She's under it. She's taking. Oh, she spills it. She spills it and it goes into the fence for 6. Rubbing salt into the wound.
Yeah, the fielder just spilled that one. He dropped inside the rope, bounce over the fence. For a call from the umpire, Siobhan.
Well, that was a chance given there by Avi Fletcher, not taken by the fielder. And how much would this hurt them? This one is pitched up full into the pads. Better bowling there by Crafton to bring the over to an end. At the end of this over, it is 39 without loss. Grenada off to a fiery start. In this, the power play. Some great batting here by Avi Fletcher. She's moved up to 28 from 16. And her partner Thomas is on 10 from 13.
Well, with 15 overs remaining, Martin, they just needed 41. Right? And it is not 15 balls, it's 15 overs.
Well, the way Fletcher is batting, it seems like it's going to be over in a jiffy. But St. Lucia would have different things to think about. So does Crafton. Oh, that's a wayward delivery. It runs down to the fine leg boundary for 4. That's 5 more runs added to the total. My word. Very loose delivery there by Crafton. 44 without loss.
And we are still in the power play. Batting is Thomas on 10 from 13. Afi Fletcher 28 from 16.
She's been called for a quick single and she hustles down. Good calling, good communication by these two. So another run. 45 without loss. And really a very productive over here. Being bowled by Crafton. Grenada scoring a bulk of runs from that over.
Yeah, what I like what I like is that they're taking every single that is on offer. Because the batter just tried to turn that ball, it hit us somewhere across in our leg, and Afi take off wants that single.
Yeah,
so it shows that we need to get this over and done with. Let's take every run that is on offer.
Positive cricket being played by Afi Fletcher and her compatriot Thomas, supporting well.
New bowler for St. Lucia is Krishna Joseph.
Well, they tried something earlier. It didn't work. They are being put under the pump, 45 without loss. 5 overs completed, still 1 more in the power play. This one is just outside the off stump, a better line and length, beating Thomas, keeper not taking it cleanly. Rare dot delivery we have seen so far. This one is full. Easy single.
Martin was just about to say, with the kind of form that Fletcher is in, yesterday she used her feet a lot and meet the ball wherever it is. And those loop ball that Joseph is solving up there. Fletcher should be definitely licking her lips here this morning.
Well, milk and honey. She's very nimble on her feet, Fletcher. One of the better players in the West Indies of spin bowling. And she's a spinner as well. So she understands it. So she has to be very careful here, Joseph. Still in the power play. Deep mid-wicket and square leg in place. This time, this one is hitting the air. She's reaped what she has sown and she has bowled it just outside the off stump. Fletcher goes caught at backward point and that's a big wicket to get. Brilliantly flighted delivery. She went for it and only coming off the outer portion of the bat. Easy catch been taken at backward point. Grenada have lost wicket number 1, that of Fletcher for 28. They are 46 for 1.
Chasing only 80-79 for victory, Martin, with Grenada needed 34 from 14 overs, and they only lost 1 wicket within the power play. The score is 46 for 1, and 3 more deliveries to go in the power play. So just outside the power play, it will be a little bit easier for the Grenadians.
But as a coach, would you be upset with Avi Fletcher there? Taking the risk in the power play, getting out. What would you say to her coming back to the dressing room?
Well, she should be. She's the leader of the pack, and she's in basically the farm of her life. As I said earlier on, Martin, that the single that they took in the previous over of the last delivery, and they scampered through to get that single basically, which I think Fletcher should have actually taken the strike, but she did not. So she's not playing that kind of selfish cricket.
All right. Agree with you. Well, unfortunately, things didn't work out for her as it worked out for her yesterday, but she gave them a very good start. Solid foundation here, 46 for 1. We're into the 6th over. So, Joseph has reaped from what she has sown. This one is outside the off stump. White signal by umpire Maria Abbott, exercising those arms. This is gonna be this is gonna be key as well. The way that St. Lucia discipline themselves in the way that they bowl. It's important. Those extra deliveries. This one is short outside the off stump. Appeal went up, but not out, says the umpire. So Joseph having a pretty good start here. Another wide delivery being tossed up there down the leg side, and another single being taken. So, as I said, discipline is important here for the bowlers. Can't be giving what you don't have.
Well, it's important to find your line. She would have actually been bowling to a right-hander batter of Afi Fletcher. Now she's bowling to a left-hand batter of Williams, and that's a smash to the boundary for 4. So she has been all over the place. I think if she was bowling at Fletcher, which is a right-hand batter, it would have been a bit more easier for her. But to bowl at a left-hand batter now, it's a bit difficult for her to move from the right hand to the left hand.
Yeah, you have to be adaptable as a bowler. Left and right combination could throw you off at times. But that was a loose delivery, pounced on it and pulled down to backward square. So Grenada scores their first 53 for 1 in this 6th over. Again, just outside the house. I'm not too sure if some bat was involved in that one. We'll wait on the umpire. Wide again, signal by the umpire. So 2 more runs to Grenada score. Yes, she have gotten the wicket of Avi Fletcher, but this over has gone for 9 so far. Grenada needs another 26. It's a better delivery to end proceedings here in this, the 6th over. That's the end of the power play. Grenada 54 for 1. Excellent start.
Yeah, that's definitely a good start. Winning the power play, basically 55 for the loss of 1 wicket in the power play, is excellent for Grenada, who are just chasing a small score of 79. So it means that they need 26 more runs, Martin, from 14 overs.
A lot of overs in the back there. I think they're not thinking of the overs, they're just thinking of that 26 to get. Carry them up to 2 victories in this tournament. Remember, St.Vincent and the Grenadines will be playing against Dominica in the 2nd game. St.Vincent are also the defending champions in this tournament. So Fletcher and Grenada sending a very strong signal to St.Vincent and the Grenadines that they're not here to just compete in the competition, but they are really pushing hard for championship trophy this year. Will be Crafton again from the old airport end. First over went for 23. Again, she starts with a wide delivery. It's important, and that has been a problem with what I've seen through the Windward Islands, through under 15, under 19s, the women's tournament, the way the amount of extras been bowled during these tournaments, something that we need to look at. The lack of discipline. It's a better delivery. Still not finding that line and length that you would love to see as a coach. That hard length outside the off stump. Putting pressure on the batters. Still a little bit more room. Too much room being given here by Crafton. Needs to hit that length further up. Give yourself a chance. That's what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, it hit the edge and flew down to 3rd man into the fence of 4.
Martin, as I was saying since yesterday, that each player have to put their hands up, because it's not just representing your country, right? And just after this tournament, we have the Cricket West Indies tournament, where you need to put your name in the bag as well, and hoping that when the selectors pull, your name should be one of the names that coming out.
Well, the only how we could do that is with performance. And 59 for 1 is a solid performance here by Grenada. Crafton has gone the distance thus far. Again, that one is hitting down the leg side. Would be signaled by the umpire. Not too sure what she would signal, if she would signal at all. Something went on there. I think it probably hit the glove or something. Yes, it seems so. So a run, and Grenada has marched on now to 60 for 1.
Means that they need 18 for victory.
Light walk of the St. Lucian thus far. This one is short and hitting the outer portion of the bat. Runs down to 3rd man. They're looking for 2. 2 comfortable runs again. So Grenada, like easy like Sunday morning here. No pressure on them. Avi Fletcher set that foundation for them. Thomas is still there on 17 from 19. Williams have just joined her. She's 5 from 4. Crafton again. Wide outside the off stump. She has gone the distance. She have not bowled very impressive here today at all. Crafton. Into a 2nd over, she has gone for 32. Half of the run so far been scored off Crafton. Easy cheeky single. 2.
Yeah, that's definitely what I said earlier, Martin. The task is not a huge one. And we are under 20 now, which is basically 14 runs for victory. And that's for Grenada. And for St. Lucia, they still need to pick up all 9 wickets.
This one, I think she missed out on that one. Is Williams playing a shot again. That brings you over to an end. It's 64 for 1 in reply to St. Lucia's 79. And Grenada need another 16 runs to get their second victory in this tournament, which is day number 2 in the Windward Islands Women's T20 tournament here, held in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. If you're just joining us, this is a battle between Grenada and St. Lucia. Grenada winning thus far. They won with the ball earlier, and they are doing that dominantly with the bat here in the second half.
Well, I am happy to see that yesterday Grenada would have actually batted for us, posted them amongst total of 180 plus, and restrict Dominica for a small total. This morning came here this morning, and St. Lucia batted for us, restrict them for under 80, and now they come out blazing themselves away, 65 for 1 in 7 overs.
Yeah, Grenada seems to be up for the challenge in this tournament. The team to beat is St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So Grenada know that they are home on their turf. They are difficult tasks. They have started well, Grenada. This one is swept through square leg. It would go over the fence for 4. What a shot there by Thomas. Taking on the off spinner, coming around the wicket. That's a pretty good shot. 4 runs. So, Thomas moves up to 22 from 22 deliveries. And Grenada move even closer to victory. Needs another 11 runs. Yeah, they have made really light work of St. Lucia in the second half. Positive batting, positive thinking. It goes a long way for cricket. This time she's hitting it down the ground past mid-on. It comes over the fence. 4 more runs, a flighted delivery. And Thomas have taken advantage of that into the fence for 4.
This is definitely what I like to see about T20 cricket. When you solve those kind of deliveries, they should be punished. And and in St. Lucia innings, I saw those deliveries and they was just chucking them. So as I was saying, when St. Lucia's batting, they need to up the tempo, get a total of around 110, 120. 100 runs on the board is excellent. Try to push Grenada as far back as you can. But with a total of 78, 79, around 80. In this morning, with the form Grenada is showing.
Again, this one is thumped down the ground for another single. As you mentioned, the form of Grenada. They have played very well as a team so far. They have bowled well yesterday, they have batted as a team, and they are doing that this morning again. Tells you that they are very much in good form in the 3 aspects of cricket. Batting, bowling, and also they take all the catches as well. Support. This one is swept fine now, down to fine leg. Would it get there? Yes, it does. It beats the fielder. 4 more runs. And St. Lucia leaking runs here. Good shot. Bad delivery, dealt with into the fence for 4.
I think that's the end of the game, Martin.
Well, is it?
Yeah.
Signal
So
come from the top.
Grenada has won their second game. So it means that St. Lucia is 2 down, and they still have 1 to play against Dominica.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to Grenada achieving victory here against St. Lucia. A very dominant game played here by Grenada. Getting to that total for 1 wicket. Avi Fletcher started things for them. And Thomas and it was Thomas and Williams who are not out on 12 and 24. Grenada 80. with 80 for 1 and a really dominant performance here by Grenada with the ball and the bat.
Our next matchup is at 2 p.m. St. Vincent will be taking on Dominica. St. Vincent would have won their first game yesterday. Dominic would have lost their game to Grenada, and St. Vincent would have won their game to St. Lucia. Who's going to be victorious this evening at 2 p.m., Martin? Who do you have your coin on today?
Well, I'm a Vinci. I always stay local. I always support local. So I'm hoping the ladies come through on this end and get their second victory. But Grenada has proven to be a very good team. Dominic has played some good cricket as well. But we will see that later this afternoon at 2 p.m. As we said, we will be back here at 2 p.m. Just remember, St. Lucia has just lost to Grenada. A very good game being played by Grenada. Dominant performance by them. They got to 79 for 1. And really excellent cricket being played here. So later this evening at 2 p.m., we have our second game, our doubleheader between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Dominica. Congratulations to Grenada winning their second game. We'll be back.
Yes, welcome back to the Arnos Vale playing field. We are here for the second fixture of match day 2 of the Windward Islands Cricket Board Women's T20 Championship. The second match we have St. Vincent playing Dominica. Dominica went down in their first game yesterday to Grenada. Massive loss for them, losing by over 100 runs. And St. Vincent were victorious by 6 wickets over St. Lucia yesterday. The first match today, Grenada comfortably winning again versus St. Lucia. So they are now well and truly in front. Driver's seat of the competition so far. Not a very good performance from Fletcher. Leading from the front. With me, Alan Cruikshank, in the commentary box this afternoon. Rajiv Roberts, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Alonso. Really nice to be back here. It's game 4, day 2, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As Alonso rightly said, it's the Windward Island Women's T20 Championship. And our second day game on day 2 is against Dominica and St. Vincent. St. Vincent winning the toss and opted to bat. As we see in the vice captain and the captain out there again, Alonso.
Yes, Captain Joseph and the vice captain Glasgow. They'll be facing up to Valmont, Ginny Valmont. All fairly okay yesterday. Probably one of the few positives of the Dominican performance yesterday, and maybe the opening batting of Elwa. But they would have to put in a much better performance today to overturn St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Vincent and the Grenadines must not be complacent. Yes, they won yesterday. Yes, they saw that Dominica struggled yesterday, but today's a new day. Cricket is played in the middle and nowhere else.
Well, St. Vincent won their game yesterday. Dominica would have lost. What do you think would be a competitive score here? St. Vincent batting force would be able to post it.
I think once you get 120, you're in the game. And once you get anything above 135, 140, it's very difficult for the chasing team. Based on what I saw from Dominica yesterday, with their batting, do not seem to have a lot of aggressive batters. And it means that any score probably above 120 or even 100 will challenge them.
I think St. Vincent will definitely be looking for more. As we see the second delivery going to bowl from Valmont. One strike is on that slice away. Would definitely challenge the boundary. 2 fielders after it. And pick it up just inside the rope. And the captain is off and running.
Yes, that was a good shot. She opened the face on contact there, Joseph. Comes from a cricketing family, as you know. Rafina Joseph. The persons to remember Donley Joseph. I think it's our uncle, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, that's all. Also newborn Joseph.
Yes, and Bonnie, newborn.
And that will definitely go to the ropes, and it just crossed the rope number 4. So the captain is definitely on the go. Our father is Mika Joseph, and he is really and truly a cricketing family.
Yes, it's true. Yes, definitely. And so he's carrying on the legacy of the Josephs from Stubbs area. It's good to see that as a skipper. She would want to get some runs today. Didn't really trouble the score as much yesterday.
Well, Alonso, one thing I could say about her, I know her from a long time, and almost every time I see her, she's shoveling with a bat in her hand. So,
as you said, you know, that legacy is in the family. Palman, shortish on that occasion, didn't find the gap, but there's some protection for her on the leg side. You see that there's a different type of field being employed now by Dominica. 5-4 field. Leg side bias. Quick single here. Oh, and that's a close. He's out. She's run out. Just saying that that's a quick single there, and it will be a close one. Joseph is not the quickest between the wickets. And I don't think that there was need for her to actually put herself in that situation to take that risk. Because she punched it straight to the fielder at mid-off, who picked it up cleanly. And yes, she was beaten even before her bat could get down. That throw was on the stumps. So I think that she could only blame herself. It was her call, and she didn't make it.
Well, it's a direct hit from the fielder. The fielder was ready for it, so it's just her demise. She played the shot, as we could see the replay here, and she stayed a while, then she decided to take off. So it's a direct hit. She's gone for all money.
Yeah, she also veered away from the throw
Yeah.
by going towards the left there. Good throw from the field at mid-off. Good feeling from her. It's like Fontaine, the captain. So she has taken off the gloves today and is showing that she can do it in the field. Usually has the gloves on, but has decided to go on in the old field, and maybe she has done something that can actually impact the outcome of the game by that direct throw, that brilliant piece of feeling. You could see there she's well shot.
I do think Dominica will really need the spirit lifter after losing so badly yesterday to Grenada. And a win on a carry for Dominica could mean that the table a bit open up. Alanson?
Yes, it definitely would. St. Lucia, unfortunately for them, they have lost their 2 games. But if Dominica wins today, then there's a possibility that several teams can end up with 1 win. A nice looking shot there from Glasgow. Force delivery faced. At the end of the first over, St.Vincent women, they are 6-1.
We are still in the power play. The first over just completed, and joining Glasgow is Kimon Homer. And we just saw the vice captain Glasgow face her first delivery. So it means that from here on, St. Vincent and the Grenadines definitely have to bat and bat deep, because they just lost a wicket in the power play. And if you lose any more wicket in the power play, that means Dominica will be in the driving seat.
Yes. That run out, I think, will do wonders for Dominica, as you mentioned. They would have been down after they lost yesterday, the manner in which they lost. And so, good inspirational stuff from the skipper to effect that run out. I'm sure that it will really buoy the spirits of our charges. Edith Gasper will be bowling the second over. Off spin. Bowling to Coma. Slightly different action on that last delivery. Looking at our fingers.
Alonso, they know the vice captain had a very good knock yesterday of 60 odd. And I must have to say happy birthday to her as well, and just hope that she bring home a victory for St. Vincent as well today.
Oh, today's her birthday?
Yes.
Yes, happy birthday to her. It's the 5th of January. I think what you'll see there now, here now is a period of rebuilding, but even as they do that, they should still try to look for the singles. Yeah, leaden-footed push there from Oma, something that you saw from her yesterday.
Yeah,
without dismissal.
We keep talking about that lack of foot movement from Homer. And we continue to see it in this second game that Simmons is playing against Dominica.
Yeah, she wants to stand tall and straight to play. But even when there's a full delivery, doesn't really push on to that front foot too often. At the end of the second over, St. Vincent and Grenadines women 6-1. That was a maiden on the first over there from Edith Gasper.
So we're definitely hoping to see that the vice captain Glasgow could push on and get a big one today. And also giving St. Vincent and the Grenadines their second victory, as Grenada is already in the driver's seat, winning 2 games on a trot. Valmont into her second over, ball into Glasgow.
I was looking to run that one down to third. It's vacant. The fielder at there's in the circle. The 2 fielders who are out are at the sweeper cover and the long off. So typical off spinners field to a left-hander. And then, as I said, so now she bowls one down the leg side. One was down the leg side. Pitching down the leg side and going even further. Punch in the gap. Should only be a single. Either their sweeper cover comes in to clean up. Good flat throw, but they get through for 2. So, excellent running from Glasgow in particular, but also from Homer. That's something that you will see with this pair. They are faster than the others. So you will see them push between the wickets.
As we said yesterday, Alanson, that the fitter players in the lot for St. Vincent and the Grenadines is the vice captain of Glasgow.
The wide one looking to cut, beaten outside the off stump. She missed out on quite a few of those short and wide deliveries yesterday. I think she's just trying to overhit the short deliveries outside the off stump. So losing a bit of balance. Take the single, not collected cleanly by the wicketkeeper. It's a nice looking shot there from Homer. It's what she sets up to do in her stance, and it will go for 4. Just gets into the boundary now. She looks to play upright. Doesn't really push forward on that front foot, so she's always standing tall, and that gave her the room to use her arms to play the shot.
Well, yeah, within the power play, so it's important that you capitalize on the power play. There are only 2 fielders outside the circle, and the more runs you get in the power play, it make it easier in the back end. With wickets in hand, it will be good for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Looking to pull that one, but not quite as short as you probably thought it was. I've had to bend a bit lower in order to connect with that one. This one again is in the gap. It will challenge the boundary. Should be pulled back by the fielder there. Looks like the fielder is Gilbert, Amaya Gilbert. Pick over the ground. Have time for 2, and it brings the end to the over. After 3 overs, St. Vincent and Grenadines women, they are 16 for 1. 10 runs came off that over.
Very good going so far for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Homer seems to come out with a different plan today than yesterday, Alanson. Yesterday, she was giving the vice captain most of the strike. Today we see she's playing a different role. It means that they want the vice captain, I guess, to bat as deep as possible today. We might be able to see the second 100.
But with the very early dismissal of Joseph, I think now a lot of responsibility falls back again onto Glasgow. She will be aware of that. And she will know that she has to bat deep into the innings. Gasper's first over was a maiden. So let's see how she follows it up now. This one is driven down to the fielder long off Gilbert. They wouldn't take two to her. Has a strong arm. One of the better fielders on the Dominica team. Probably the best of the fielders on the Dominica team.
Agreed. Gonna watch to see if the left and right combination gonna cause any trouble to her. Because we saw that this morning with the game against St. Lucia and Grenada. Very good delivery. Take a quick single. Brings the vice captain back on strike of Glasgow. But the score moves on to 18 for 1 in over number 4. Batting is Kimon Homer and Janelia Glasgow, 3 from 5. Homer, 7 from 10.
On a short punch into the gap. Should have time for 2 with these 2 at the crease. Get there comfortably in the end. So that's something that these 2 can maximize, which is the running between the wickets. What you have seen sometimes is that you have one player who is a bit quicker and then the other one is a bit slower. And then it could hamper the decision making. But these 2 are a bit more compatible with the running.
What I like that I've seen so far is the boundary ball and that they are rotating the strike, which is very, very important.
Short delivery, looking to pull, doesn't time it. You only get a single to square leg. I think she'll look back on that and be a bit disappointed. Glasgow, it was short, it was on the leg stump. And there's nobody back on the leg side. Wide delivery. Signal by the umpire. It's in the air, but over the top of the field at square leg. Should have time for 2 comfortably. And they do get them. The pace at which Gasper is bowling, she's bowling quite slowly. And I think that it would serve her well to bowl stump to stump, between wicket and wicket.
Well, it's been something that we have been saying since yesterday. And you bowl wicket to wicket, and so you will definitely get some, you will be rewarded. So as I said earlier, on that because of the left and right hand combination, it might cause her a bit of a problem.
Yeah, that one would have been a better delivery to Glasgow, the left-hander. We didn't see any pace bowling from the Dominica team yesterday. Not too sure if we'll see any of that today, but, you know, spinners all the way through.
Well, I do think that Valmont is a medium pace. She's not express. She's probably going around 55, 60.
Probably 55. But I think sometimes when you look at her, she's bowling, sometimes she runs up and sometimes she doesn't. So on that last occasion, she actually ran up as a medium pacer. And then sometimes she just cuts in as a spinner. Right?
Balmont will be bowling to Homer. Very good delivery on the leg.
Yeah, I think that's a good area to be bowling to Homer. Just around midland leg. She wants the room outside the off stump to punch through the offside. That seems to be the area that she wants to favor. Can be her downfall as well. She was dismissed like that yesterday, looking to punch through the offside.
Well, I could safely say that the Dominicans have done their homework, and this is a straight that will be challenged the boundary, getting close to the boundary. Good fielding there by the fielder there. Get it in very quickly, 2 St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Homer is definitely getting a move on, 11 from 13. And St. Vincent is 27 for the loss of 1 wicket in over number 5. And she's gone, LBW. Walking across, that stump we speak about, Alison, that's just the leg stump line. And she walked right across the stump. Looking at the replay now.
It'll be interesting to see this one. She makes a big step across. Yes, it will be out. Yeah. It's straight enough in the end. Just wanted to see if it was going to continue. Just wanted to see if it was going to continue with the angle, but just have a close look. When it pitches, it actually kind of straightens. So pitches just around the leg, and then it just continues straight on. So it will have threatened the stumps. She does. It's something that we mentioned yesterday, that she has a strange action. Her arm is quite low, but she flicks the ball out. So the ball tends to move just away from the right hand. It's almost like if you want to call it, almost like a low leg spin. You know, very low arm leg spin. It's kind of going out from the... So even when it pitches maybe around midland leg, you have to be very careful as a right-hander that you don't play too far across it, because it tends to just straighten down the line. That is what happened on that occasion.
The new batter in for St. Vincent and the Grenadines is Tracy Byron. She's with her vice captain, Janelia Glasgow, who is on 7 from 9. With the score on 27 for the loss of 2 wickets. St. Vincent and the Grenadines just lost, came on a homer in the 5th over. Very, very good shot there from Byron, but just could not beat the fielder for a single. We are still in the power play, Alanson, and the score is at 28 for 2. Means that we have 7 illegal deliveries to come. How much more you think St. Vincent could get out of the power play? Because as we said earlier, the power play is very, 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 very important. It's where you're supposed to be able to be scoring most of your runs. But as you said earlier, losing the captain in the 4th over, it will put a dent in St. Vincent and the Grenadines team.
Yeah, I think they'll be pleased to get above 40. But I'm not sure that they will, based on the fact that they're losing wickets now at regular intervals. The thing about them is that they will be happy that Glasgow is still there. But she has to now set her stall to bat for 20 overs, or very close to that, which will kind of restrain her stroke play just a bit, which is not something that they probably would have had in mind initially. But of course, when you're playing cricket, you have to adjust to the situation that is in front of you. 29 for 2 after 5 overs, going at 5.8 and over. They will be thinking to themselves that we need to just ensure that we do not slump over the next few overs and lose another 3 or 4 wickets. Dominica, on the other hand, would be very pleased with this start. Much different than the start that they had yesterday against Grenada. And they will be looking to restrict St. Vincent and the Grenadines to as low a total as possible. Maybe something under 100 if they can. Especially if they can get rid of Glasgow.
Well, the first game was basically a low scoring game, and that's a show for LBW. Umpire says not out. The first game between St. Lucia and Grenada was a low scoring game of around 79-80. St. Vincent and the Grenadines definitely need to have at least 121-30 on the cards and try to restrict St. Dominic as well.
St. John here bowling a mixture of deliveries. That last one was a leg spinner. And the previous one, when she appealed, was an off break.
So it means that she have a lot in her armory.
Yeah, just changing things up a little bit. He's bowled. Ball all over the place is Byron. That one was in leg spinner. And Byron had no answer. She was defeated. All ends up as she prodded forward. And Dominica, they are on fire here at the Arnos playing field. Look at that delivery.
Pattern to and off break. Your foot basically need to cover that off stump. But coming straight down, you leave space, as you could see the replay right there, and take just clipping the off stump. I think she was a bit lazy on that shot, Alanson.
Yeah, but you see, because she wasn't close to the pitch of the delivery, close enough to the pitch of the delivery, then you have to anticipate that there will be some turn. If you're going to come forward, you have to try to smother the turn by getting far enough forward, stretching further than that. But you must commend the bowler on the length. It was a very good length because the top of off stump is where that ball struck, which means that it wasn't too full, it wasn't too short. It was just that ideal length that will cause some indecision from the batter.
It takes me back to the game between Grenada and Dominica yesterday, when Fletcher was definitely using her feet to meet those same deliveries. She don't give them time to drop to do what they have to do. She makes sure meet them on the full and dispatching them wherever she could. The new batter in is Chanel Mackey, joining her vice captain Janelia Glasgow, who is on 9 from 12. St. Vincent and the Grenadines are now 30 for 3. As you see a change of field, there's a slip. That ball is running close to the boundary by a signal wide. Maki and Glasgow at the crease for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Score moves to 32 for 3 in over number 6. Here at the Arnos Vale playing field, where you're witnessing St. Vincent and the Grenadines taking on Dominica. And that's a lovely shot. Misfield by the fielder there. Oh, and the vice captain decided against to take that single. You're within the power play. Take everyone that's in off. I guess she just wanted to protect her partner from facing up to that the mystery spinner, I want to call her, because she have a mixed bag.
Not too sure if that is right at this stage. There are all of 15 overs, almost 15 overs left in the innings. And your partner is batting at number 5. You must have confidence in your partner. And your partner will be able to negotiate what is on offer.
I think Janelle just want to see out the power play and then focus on the other 14 overs to come. A good shot for nothing. Well fielded there by the fielder. So 1 ball remaining in the power play. Very, very good over by Abini. Hope it up, good drive down the ground. And that will go all the way to the boundary, now across the boundary for 4.
Yes, that was a very good shot. Well placed, well timed. Didn't really try to overhit it. It was a full toss. So she just punched it with a straight back down the ground. Once it beat the fielder at mid-off, the fielder in the deep was at long on, so had a fair distance to come around to cut it off. And they couldn't do so. So 37-3 at the end of the power play. Was saying that they probably might have been happy with about 40, but then they also lost another wicket in that over. So 37-3, I definitely think, based on what we have seen so far in the tournament, that St. Vincent is under pressure. However, Glasgow is still there, so I will still say it's honours even out of the power play. Glasgow still at the wicket.
Yeah, we know the power that she could definitely produce, and with the field spread now after the power play, Alonso, I know she's still gonna go hard, knowing the type of player that she is. But it's important here that St. Vincent and the Grenadines don't soak up too much of that ball. So what Mackie needs to do here now is keep rotating the strike as much as possible.
Yes, Chanel Mackie, she played well yesterday, got St. Vincent over the line. And she also fielded very well, took a few catches in the outfield in their time fielding. This one is over the top, will go away for 4. Too short there from the bowler. Looks like Jennifer Gasper allowed Mackie to go on the back foot, and she cleared mid-on quite easily for a boundary.
I think we might just see a change of feel here because of that shot that Mackie just played. And rightly so. That definitely bring a change in the field.
Yes, so said, so done. Long on is back now. And rightly so. Mackie is not one really who will be prodding and plodding too long. She will take what is on offer, and if she sees it in her area, she will go at it. Another fielder comes onto the onside, so 5 fielders on the onside now. Short mid wicket in play. A loud appeal, but nothing really threatening about the delivery. Not threatening the stumps. And also pitching outside the leg stump. It's shorter. Beaten outside the off stump.
See Mackie rehearsing that shot. I think that should have been the shot that she
should have played to that delivery, yes.
And with a little bit of power, he would have definitely climbed the ropes.
To punch that one off the back foot, but the way that Jennifer Gasper is bowling, you're not going to get much bounce from her. The rolling spinner. So when the ball hits the side and it doesn't hit the seam, it will just kiss the deck and go on. Brings the 7th over to an end. So 41-3. St. Vincent and the Grenadines women winning the toss and electing to bat.
Glasgow is 13 from 16. Chanel Mackie is 4 from 6. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 41-3 after 7 overs. What do you think really and truly could be a challenging score from Jamaica? I mean, we saw the slip and the slide yesterday to Grenada. The Grenada had a mammoth score yesterday of 180 plus.
I think I'll need to see them bat twice first, because sometimes you may have a bad performance, isolated. But I want to see them bat twice first before I can assess, because if I go by yesterday alone, then I will say that they could defend 80 or 90. But it would be unfair to Dominica for me to do that based on their one innings so far in the tournament.
Agreed. Glasgow will be on strike.
It's another full toss from St. Jean. Let's punch out to the sweeper cover for a single. Glasgow, and it brings Chanel Mackie into strike.
Honestly, take me back because Glasgow would have refused a single in the previous over, and the first ball of Abini's second over, she take a single.
Well, that basically indicates to me that the plan has changed. Has to be that there's a change of plan. Some discussion must have happened and said, no, let's take all the runs that are on offer. Which I do agree with, by the way. I agree with the second option of taking the runs that are there.
Yeah, you should take every runs because every run count in this T20. It's a Windward Island T20 championship, and every player, as I keep saying that you're gonna put your name in the bag and hope that when the selectors pull, they eventually pull your name. So if I hit the ball and I'm looking for a single, please give me my single. Because it's the early stage of the game. We're playing 20 overs. We are just in the 8th over. And the single that Glasgow turned on was in the power play.
You probably would expect that probably a little bit later in the game. You're looking for a strike off the remaining few balls that are left. St. John now continues. This one is wide. Actually, no, she gets a bit of bat onto it. So it's down to the boundary now for 4. Was able just to meet it on its way down, but it was already outside the leg stump and going even further. But she really made a big effort to get to that because that would have been wide even for a right-hander. So good shot there again from Glasgow. Takes her up now to 18 runs of 18 deliveries.
St. Vincent the Grenadines is cruising nice. It's 47 for 3 in the 8th over.
Another wide from St. Jean. Seemed to have lost her line. She was bowling well in her first over. Just this over, was struggling a little bit. Bowling down the leg side. It's a quick single. Quite close in the end. Had to put on the afterburners at the end there, Mackie. Cornelia Glasgow on 19 of 19. I think this is the key partnership for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Also for Dominica, if they're able to break this partnership quite early, it can have a big determining impact on where St. Vincent and the Grenadines get after in their innings. It's another wide delivery from St. John. Really struggling here. And these wides are not just a few inches outside the leg stump. They are very wide down the leg side. As I said, some of them are threatening the wide line for the right-hander. So she's lost her line a little bit here. Or rhythm.
I think with the power that Mackie brings to the crease, she's actually trying to stay far away from Mackie's bat. So she's trying to bowl more into her leg, as in her pads. And she's doing the same for Glasgow as well, because she knows that is definitely what we're talking about. So she's staying from getting close to the boundary and it's going to the boundary for 4. That's a very good shot from the vice captain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Glasgow.
Yeah, that's a top shot. And I would say what I would rate about the shot is that she waited late. It was short, yes, but she waited until it was under her eyes and then just opened the face just backward of point on the offside and let the timing do the rest. There's a quality shot there from Glasgow. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. I think that is what St. John is looking for. She did change her line of attack. She came around the wicket, bowled that leg break, that one just passing between bat and pad, it looks like, but had a bit of bounce to go over the top of the stumps. Could have been curtains for Glasgow. At the end of 8 overs, it's 56 for 3 St. Vincent women.
And also I think Glasgow is just playing for the off break still.
Well, I mean, she's bowling both of them, but I think yeah, she was really deceived by that last delivery. Caught her with her bat and pad. That space between bat and pad open. Could have been that you're right, that she's searching for the off break, so then the bat just went away a little bit, trying to smother that turn away. But that was a very good delivery from St. John. She would want to replicate that regularly. If she's able to bowl on that spot regularly against these two left-handers, then she will cause some serious problem.
Well, she have 2 more overs to do such. So with the score now on a 56 for the loss of 3 wickets, we are into over number 9.
So one came back stinging to Jennifer Glasper. Stopped it. It was short.
That's the kind of power we're talking about Mackie can produce. Stalling that one.
Glasgow on strike. But she has to also be mindful of Mackie's speed between the wickets. She's no longer batting with Homer, who is also quite fleet of foot. Some of the runs, some of the quick singles that were on offer when she was batting with Homer, they would not necessarily be so when she's batting with Mackie. 2 runs off that last delivery, punch through the offside. Good batting as well. Just using the open spaces. There were only 4 fielders on the offside, 5 on the on. So even though that delivery was on leg stump, it was fairly slow. So she just gave herself some room and pushed it into the offside. Easy single in the end. A good cricket here from Mackie.
Yes, it's definitely important to rotate the strike, and I like what I'm seeing from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Chanel Mackie and Janelia Glasgow, they're rotating the strike when they can't get the boundary balls. And it's very, very important for St. Vincent and the Grenadines as they move to 60 for the loss of 3 wickets in over number 9.
Another single. This one will end the 9th over. So it takes the score up now to 61 for 3. After 9 overs, Glasgow is on 26. 27 off 26 deliveries, and Mackie is on 6 off 8 deliveries. We have had almost just about halfway through this innings. 9 overs gone. The projected score is 136. Ask you, Rajiv, how many runs do you think St. Vincent and the Grenadines will end up with at the end of the 20 overs?
Well, with the vice captain there and the Mackie supporting her as well, we could probably see more than 136. We might say 145, 150. What I would like to see is that the vice captain stay there as well and batter as well as Fletcher did yesterday for Grenada, the last 5, and then have a go.
Yeah, what we did see from Fletcher is a very high level of game awareness. He didn't really take too many risks but she maintained a fairly high rate of scoring of about 130 or 135 strike rate until she got into the last 5 when she really set everything alight. Some blistering strokes. Glasgow using up a bit more dots than Fletcher did. Not as willing to come down the pitch or to maneuver the field as we saw from Afi Fletcher. This one, she's driving uppishly. It doesn't carry down to the field or down at long off. At some point, it looked as if it was going close to her. But in the end, falling well short.
Yeah, well said, Alison. And the new bowler is Amaya Gilbert. She'll be bowling to the powerful Maki, who is supporting our vice captain very well. With the score now on a 62 for the loss of 3 wickets.
That will not stay with us. You can't give Maki those full tosses and expect that she will not hit them over the boundary. Packs a punch. Powerful lady.
Very powerful. Not just powerful build. Powerful. She having a move on here, which is very good as well. 12 from 9. Glasgow 28 from 28. So on that one for a single, that's Maki. As we're getting close to the halfway mark in the first innings between Dominica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines in match number 4, day 2 in the Windward Islands Women's T20 Championship.
A fairly quick delivery there from Gilbert. We did see that from her in the game yesterday, that she was some quite fast and flat. Almost getting under the bat of Glasgow. Was able to negotiate it well enough to go down to long on for a single. And that's the end of the over. At the end of over number 10, St. Vincent and Grenadines women, they're 70-3. Maki, she's on 13 off 11 not out. And Janila Glasgow is on 29 off 29 deliveries not out. And at this time, we'll take a break as we have drinks.
Well, welcome back to Arnosville playing field where St. Vincent are 70 for 3 with Mackie on 13 and Janelle Glasgow, who started proceedings here. She's on 29 from 29. With me is Alansa Cookshang, bringing you the action here as Janelle Glasgow punches that one smoothly through covers for another single. So, well poised here, St. Vincent and the Grenadines for a big score. Nice total.
Yes, so far they're doing what they're supposed to in terms of the recovery. Good intelligent cricket here being played. Just taking what's on offer. Don't need to take any unnecessary risks. Take the singles. You get a boundary here and there. And see if you can be in at the last 5 when you can go a little bit harder. The happy hour, as they say.
Yeah, well, I thought that Mackie would have been coming in a little bit later with St. Vincent struggling at 30-something for 3. But she was sent up the order. She has done a very good job so far with Glasgow. But she's there. Yeah, well, she's showing her capability as a batter. I know she is a very good hitter of the ball. But she's doing a very good job here for Glasgow as Glasgow tries to hit that one rather uppishly. To the onside, picks up another single. But Dominica haven't had the best time in this tournament so far.
Well, she had to do something. I mean, what we're seeing from Jennifer Gasper is that she's been quite consistent with her line and her length in this over in particular. So far 2.5 overs, none for 13, which are good figures from her.
Yeah, and I will take that. I will take that in a T20 game. But what is needed here for them now is to bowl some tight overs, at least 4 or 5 runs per over. Try to sneak one out. Try and get Glasgow. Really, the big bat. This one is airishly. Oh, I just spoke about it. Just spoke about it. And there we go. Commentator's curse, Alanson.
You call it something like that. I mean, that's basically what it is. It was fairly Nakiwa's delivery, but she was just pushing, without the footwork. She didn't come forward with the weight on the front foot, so it was walking into the shot. You say it's a soft dismissal. Look at it now, yeah, very soft dismissal. I think she was initially aiming to push that somewhere down to long on, as opposed to on the offside, so playing against the tone.
Yeah, I have a coach that would say that's a nothing shot, really, to get out soft dismissal as he described it. There was really no intentions of going over the top looking for maximum, neither. But she's looking for a single, so she was in between all of that. So it becomes a nothing shot, really. It's either you're looking for a single or you're looking to go maximum, and defending the wicket.
Yeah, and we were commending Jennifer Gasper on her bowling. Now she has 1 for 13 from 3 overs.
Well, that's
including the big wicket of Glasgow.
Exactly, and that's a break that Dominica wanted, and they've gotten it at 74 for 4. Things could look a little different here now for them. Bowling a few tight overs, picking up another wicket or 2, and pushing St. Vincent on the back foot.
This is also a very important bowling pair for Dominica. Gilbert, one of their better bowlers as well, as Daniela Crease comes to join Mackie.
She was elevated yesterday to number 3. So what Dominica needs to do here now is bowl some tight overs, basically between here and 15 to 16 overs. Keep things tight, pick up a wicket or 2, pull things back.
When they sit down the ground, should be safe.
Well, it goes over the fence.
I think they both left it for each other in the end. Kenroy, just looking at it there, they had enough time to decide who was going to field the ball. And then they both stopped. Look at it. Then she was over the ropes and that was it.
Well, unfortunate for them, but fortunate for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Unfortunate for Miss Mackie, who continues to wheel her willow. 4 more runs to her. Again.
6.
That one is hit through the onside. Challenging the boundary. They are back for 2. Mackie is a dasher, really. Once it is in her half, within her zone, she's going to have a go. Glasgow is similar as well. Sorry, Crease, who have joined her. So, Dominica. It's a good delivery, fast, flatter delivery. Sneaks another single.
That's good running. Very good running there from the player at the crease. Also, as you mentioned, a very good delivery from Gilbert. See that Mackie's backlift is increasing and she's lifting up the bat with more purpose. So just trying to fire that one quickly into that Yorker length to restrict her.
So Gilbert, second over. She's gone for 16. Another dot delivery ball by her.
Field comes in for the new batter. Everyone in except the long off fielder. The 12th over, so aggressive thinking here from the captain Fontaine. And this one goes to the boundary for 4.
Bad line delivery. Based on the field that was set. And a really good shot there by Crease, finding the gap as well. And runs off the face of Arnos Vale, as we normally see. Once you play the shot, you got purchased for it, and it goes into the fence for 4. Lovely shot.
Yeah, and this side of the ground is actually a faster side. I think the slope is a bit greater as you look at your screen, to the right of your screen than to the left of your screen. And the ball tends to run away on that side a lot quicker than on the side towards the Legends Pavilion. 1975 World Cup Cricket Legends.
So 85 for 4. Crease on 4. Mackie is on 22 from 17, 4 from 2. As Gaspar continues to bowl for Dominica. This one is a better line delivery. Dot delivery. Keeping things tight. As sun just leaves us here in a little bit. This one is a faster, flatter one on the leg stump. And Mackie wraps on the pad before she even could get the bat down. So, another delivery in her armory. Gaspar. Now she bowls a slow one. A little bit of air. So it's clever bowling here. Again, keeping things intact. Good bowling here by Gaspar. Thinking about her cricket. This one, I think she made the mistake of flighting it in the air that Mackie loves. And she's going to have a go, as I said before. She's not going to see that in her half and not have a go into the fence for 4. So 4 runs to Mackie. That carries up to 26. 26 from 22. Good shot again by Mackie. Gaspar has to be very careful with those sort of deliveries. Again, she's back to basic, doing what is required. But at the end of 13 overs, St. Vincent Grenadines are 89 for 4. 89 for 4.
It's a good spell by Jennifer Gaspar. 1 for 17 or 4 overs. The context of what has transpired in this innings, that's excellent going by her. Going for only 4.25 runs and over. Taking the big wicket of Glasgow.
Well, it's important to get those big wickets as a bowler. Bowling early up in your innings puts your team in a good position. But 89 for 4. Still balance affair here between these two teams. But the difference would come between getting wickets, bowling dot deliveries, being disciplined in your bowling. When it comes to batting, how well do you pick up your singles and dispatch your bad balls? This is the time that it normally affects a team in a T20 game. How well you execute here will determine your total. Crease is on strike. She's hitting that one over the top. That's what she does. Into the fence for 4. Can't bowl in the air of the off for Crease. She would have a go as well. Same as Mackie. 4 runs to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah, strongly built. So she has a very dominant bottom hand. Crease yesterday was tugging everything to the onside, but that delivery is almost what the doctor would order from an off spinner if you're looking to hit over long on. You know, just get the bottom hand through the line, especially with the fact that the fielder was still in that mid on. Not to show that should still be up at this stage, especially with these two at the crease. I think they have pushed her back now, Kenroy.
Well, she's halfway, basically 3/4 on the boundary. Something that I don't really recommend as a coach. Either you're back or you're in. She's halfway, 3/4 on the boundary. As Gilbert continues to bowl flat and fast. Made a mistake of flight in the first delivery. It went over the fence for 4. And she has returned to bowling flat and fast just outside the off stump. This one is down the leg side. Pulled by crease. Excellent footwork there by crease. She got into the crease and whacked that through the onside into the fence for 4. 4 runs to her, 4 runs to St. Vincent and Grenadines. Wow. Good shot by crease.
Yes, top shot. But also a bad line there from Gilbert. I was speaking about her bowling, saying she was bowling well, but the fact that she is the quickest of the spinners, anything that is slightly off line can be put away a bit more easily. They don't need to apply a lot of power to the shot in order to get her away. So she has to be mindful of that.
It's a change of angle for Gilbert. He's flighting it this time full. Smacking it out to mid-wicket. Fielder does the feeling there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bunks into the wicket keeper. St. Vincent races up to 98 for 4. So final delivery in this 14th over. Well played, well played. This could be problems once it hits. There's a loud appeal. The Dominicans are confident. Not out, says the umpire.
I think she dropped the ball. I think Gilbert dropped the ball.
Well,
or she may have struck the wicket with her hands first. It was a good throw, but have a look. Or at the key moment, we just missing the action. I think she may have struck the wicket with her hand before the ball was in it.
Yeah, never grasped it, really. Ball was thrown into her. She never catch the ball.
Because it seems as if Mackie would have been short of the wicket.
Good feeling. There we go.
Yes, let's have a look now.
Yeah, she missed it completely.
She missed it, so she actually dislodged the base without the ball in her hands.
Yeah, she did.
I think Mackie would have been short there, Kenroy.
I think she would have been. It would have been a tight call for the umpires. But fortune favor the brave. She got through with that one. It's 99 for 4. Mackie's on strike. It's 27 from 24 deliveries. And Crease is 13 from 7. She's playing a little cameo here. But it's Mackie's on strike. Change of bowling. This one is smacked to square leg. Will it get to the fence? I think it does. 4 runs to Mackie. She's playing another gem of a hand here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines after the loss of Glasgow.
It's just a bit too sharp because they know the direction in which, because they're bowling that slowly, have to be a bit fuller than that. They know the direction in which Mackie is looking to hit the ball. So she just waited until it pitched. Just step back deep into her crease and open up the onside.
Yeah, she stays rather leg side of the delivery. So once you bowl it close to the pads and just outside the off stump, she will have a go. She's rushed up now to 31 from 25. And the crease is having a little cameo, 13 from 7. Good single, good call. Could be 2. No sets crease.
Yeah, they decided against it in the end. Probably had a chance to make 2. So the onside was reinforced for that delivery there from Valman. because of the prowess of Maki in that area from around square leg to long on. Dead ball. Both saw run up Valmont.
So Valmont, final over. She's gone for 25. She picked up a wicket. Before this, he's bowling to crease. Oh, looking to hike that one over mid-wicket. Only hitting the middle portion of the bat. Didn't time it well as well. And only could get to the fielder. Back to the bowler, really. Good was the feeling.
Yeah, it was an almighty heave.
This one, she's just using the wrist and whip it through mid-on. $105 for 4. 2 deliveries remaining in this 15th over. Crease is on 14. Maki is on 32. Looking for a big one today, Maki. Finish with a flurry. Presenting the full face of the bat, picking up another single. Seems to be timing the ball very nicely as well, Maki.
Seems to have a nice bat as well. Looking at the willow.
I do agree with
Looks
that.
pretty clean.
It came off the middle of the bat pretty nicely. Rushed past, feel at mid-off. Short extra cover really, and picked up a single. Final delivery. This one is smacked. Oh, she doesn't hold on to it. That would have been a fantastic catch. It was hit with some almighty power there from crease. Could see the fielder just shaking her hands off from what went into it. But a catch go begging would have been a superb catch.
Yeah, I think in the end she just put up her hands for self-preservation. More of a reaction than to really have the intention of taking the catch. She was struck firmly.
So these two really putting some shoulder into their batting here. Maki and Crease would have loved to see the partnership between them so far. Projected score 141. Current run rate is 7.07. The Gasper continues. That ball signal by the umpire. This one is hit down to mid-off, short of the fielder, but picks up another single.
It takes the score up now to 107 for 4, with the better part of 5 overs left. Can end up being quite an imposing total here if they do not dismiss these two in particular. This is where a lot of the power remains now in the batting order.
This one is sort of cross-batted, smack back down the road. Seemed like a forearm jab.
I think in the end she was disappointed with where the shot went and not realizing that she could have gotten a single.
Well, she didn't want it. Was hoping for better results. This time she's hitting it through square leg, through mid-wicket. Is beaten the man at mid-wicket. She's back for 2. So she has signaled her intentions here to get things going here for St. Vincent as they continue to play some aggressive, positive cricket. These two batters, Crease and Maki. Flighty delivery this time. She's swinging for all her might and misses it completely.
Yeah, that is where This is actually a very good delivery to her because that is where she has proven to be a little weak. Looking to hit that almost through square leg instead of down the ground. Very dominant leg side player.
This time she's beaten outside the off stump.
See where the front foot is on that occasion. Yes, then she rehearses the shot that she should have played.
This time this one hustles her. Another dot delivery. So Gaspar. Non-field level from 3 overs. Pretty good spell so far. I would take that any day for a T20 game. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, no wicket. Who would it be for Dominica? Not too sure. So there's a change in bowling. Sun has come out in all its glory. There's no way to hide from it at this point in time. It's all out. But Mackie is on 34 from 28 and the crease is on 16 from 15 deliveries. First delivery, St. John. Dot delivery. Beanie St. Jean. He has 1 for 22 into a third over. Trying to pull things back here for Dominica. This one is just on the leg stump. She's calling for single. This could be trouble. Oh my God. This is trouble. What'd she get there? This could be trouble. She's run out by a long way. Who called her? I'm not too sure. Mackie didn't move. Crease was all the way down into Mackie's crease. And she's run out by a mile. What disaster here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
I think in the end she wouldn't have anybody to blame but herself because yes, it was her call, but she could clearly see that Mackie was not responding to the call. In fact, based on the replay at one point, I could see Mackie's gloves go up. Her gloves go up in the air to say, hold on, wait. You could argue whether or not there was enough time for the single. Perhaps there was. But at the end of the day, both people have to run in order for the single to be completed. If you see that there's no response from the partner, then it's an unfortunate dismissal there for Crease, who would have had her eyes set on making a substantial score in this innings after not really troubling the scorers too much in the first game. We have an eye on Mackie now.
Well, who's to be blamed? I think it's communication is to be blamed. Lack of communication. Mackie didn't move from her crease. Crease was all the way down in Mackie's crease. Calling for a single, she turned back. The ball wasn't thrown properly to the bowler. The bowler collected it and ran towards the stump. And she was out by a mile, really. And St. Vincent have lost wicket number 5, 109 for 5. In an unfortunate way, I should say. No need for that.
It's good thinking from St. John as well, not to release the ball for the run out. Remain the calm and focus, just run up to the stumps, struck them. We have seen those things happen so many times in games where the fielder throws the ball from that close proximity and misses. And then the run out opportunity is gone.
Well, this one is down the leg stump. A wide signal by the umpire. Seemingly, she wants to bowl the ball into the pads of Maki. Has to be careful as well. Has a strong onside field. 4 passes on the boundary. The others are in the circle. This one is outside the off stump. She misses it completely, looking to smack it over the top. But there's a deep mid wicket at cow corners, a long on and a square leg. Back on the fence on the onside for Maki. And there's a third man in the circle, a backward point, a cover, short extra cover, and a mid on in the circle. This time is outside the off stump again. Goes into the keeper's glove. So all the fielders which are on the ropes or on the boundary or on the onside. That tells you the story. He bowls it along the leg side and she sweeps fine. Oh, she misfields. What a day. Into the fence for 4. Maki, it's your day. That's all I can say. 4 runs to her. 4 runs to St.Vincent and the Grenadines, 114 for 5.
Yeah, you have to stop that. You have to really stop those for sure. Get the long barrier in, even if it misses the hand, it should hit the foot.
Yeah.
Have to stop those from going to the boundary. 3 overs remaining. St. Vincent and Grenadines women 114 for 5. Maki, she looks to be tiring just a little bit. Could see that from her play over the last few minutes or so. There's an opportunity for the Dominicans to try to restrict these last 3 overs, restrict the scoring in these last 3 overs from St. Vincent and Grenadines.
How are they going to do that? That's the question.
I would say that they should try to get Maki off strike. Just keep her off strike at the other end. Now they have Hooper, the new batter, on strike. Try to keep her there.
Bowl less to Maki, more to Hooper.
And trying to keep her there would mean that you should bring these fielders who are outside the circle. Some of them should come in the circle. And see that happening now. So the skipper has gotten the word, the memo. I don't know if they have an earpiece down there and they're hearing me.
Yeah, you send it. They got it. But Gilbert is around the wicket. Right arm around the wicket. Outside the off stump. No run from that delivery.
Because Maki, she's going to want to be on strike now. Coming to the end of the game. Let's say the end of the game, the end of the innings rather. You want to be on strike now to take as many of the remaining 17 deliveries as possible.
You with you. Right there. She would want to do that and maximize. This one is in the air. Somebody's getting under it. There's 2 fielders converging, but somebody put up their hand and took it. It was the one at backward point, and another wicket goes. Caught. Number 1 for Dominica. So they have lost wicket number 6. And
it looks like it's almost his sisters who collided there. Jennifer and Edith Gasp.
Oh.
Some miscommunication among those who should know how to communicate well with each other. But in the end, the catch was taken. And this is what Dominica would want. It keeps Maki at the other end. I don't think it was the best of shots from Hooper, because your job really is to get off strike, not necessarily to hit the big shot. So try to keep the ball on the ground. See if you can get off strike.
Well, you play according to situation and circumstances, and losing 5 wickets already, you're already in over number 17. The thing is that the partner which is Maki, you give that strike to that partner and try to support them as best as you can. But she perish. That brings a new batter in Westfield to the crease. So Westfield will be facing the bowling of Gilbert. Another dot delivery. This one is flighted full toss. Oh my, hit it straight to the fielder. And mid-wicket. No ball signal by the umpire though. It was above the waist. That was a lollipop, really. I should have gone the distance. But she has a free hit now. Let's see what happens. Westfield is on strike. Free hit up for grabs. She pulls it over square leg, down to the boundary, into the fence for 4. Badly line delivery, and she had no problems in doing so. 4 runs.
Yeah, that was a bad delivery from Gilbert. Too short. Easily put away in the end by Westfield. Couldn't change the field. Same batter was on strike with the free hit, so couldn't send anyone back. A short delivery on that occasion almost a cardinal sin. Really should have owed on the fuller side.
Yeah, long on, long off. Hit the ball down the ground.
Yes, because those are the 2 fielders that are out.
This time is outside your stump, smack back past the bowler. You pick up 1. So this brings Maki into strike. She's on 38 from 34. What would she do here? Final delivery. Sorry. She a mighty swing at that one. She was way from that one. And that brings the end of the over. So 18 overs have been bowled. They are now 121 for 6. 121 for 6.
Don't know if that was the best result. The previous delivery, they could have taken 2. He opted to take 1. And then he just on strike for the last delivery after losing most of the strike in the over anyway. Why not just allow Westfield to bat out the rest of the over? Just a delivery also left.
Yeah.
And take the full 19th over for your strike.
Well, we can't play the game for them from up here. We only could advise them as to what to do and how to do it in situations and circumstances like that are existing now. So the final 12 deliveries to be bowled. There's a mid-wicket. Short fine leg, short third man. Backward point cover. This one is smacked through the onside. Will it get to the fence? It does. No, I think misfield. They get 1. They're back for 2.
Good looking shot there from Westfield. Got deep into a crease and pulling it away. Not a lot of power. But you could see that the basics are there in terms of the rudiments of batting.
I agree. Another few more deliveries to go in this innings. 123 for 6. There she goes. Flighted, another dot delivery.
Yeah, they're looking to make sure that they're starting to bowl that last over before it gets too close to 3:30. They've had very slow over rates so far in the tournament. You could see St. John is running back to her mark. Wide's not going to help.
Well, the ill discipline continues. The ill discipline in the bowling continues. We spoke about it earlier. It continues to plague Dominica. That's plagued all the countries so far. Well, another one.
She has a good action and she is tall. She gets some tone, but it's the consistency that she would want. You know, she has potential as a leg spinner. Just has to get that consistency.
This time she bowls it full. She misses everything into the keeper's glove. That delivery again.
So now it goes back to what I had said the previous delivery about the strike. The previous over, I should say.
Get the batter who's in form on strike.
And this is going to be a long over.
Oh boy. It's not over until the fat lady sings here. It's going to be a long evening. This time she's pulling it through mid-wicket. She's not feeling cleanly. If you had run the first run hard, could have gotten a second. But they settled for one pretty early, and that's all they can get.
They need to look for the single
127.
now. They
Yep.
need to look for the single now, Mackie. And if they could keep Mackie off strike going into the last over, I would say that this is excellent going from Dominica. Not necessarily the best finish from St. Vincent in terms of the tactics here.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Even if she gets a boundary, I think they will take it to keep her off strike in the last over.
She's in, she's bowled, and she misses it completely, trying to whack it over mid-wicket, and she misses it, and that brings you over to an end at 19 overs, 127 for 6. Final deliveries to be bowled to these two batters from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but they have posted a decent total so far, 121.
It's 127 for 6, 6 deliveries. As I said before, when we got to the 15th over, they were just over 100, St. Vincent and the Grenadines women, and they would have had thoughts at that time of maybe 140, 145, even 150. But Dominica, they have really clawed their way back into the game with these last few overs. And Edith Gasper would finish up
Yep.
for Dominica.
Oh, another wide delivery down the leg side. They have gone for one. So Dominica really losing their way here in the final 2 overs or so. Penultimate over.
And now Mackie's back on strike. So it's a double whammy.
You don't want that.
You have given away an extra run, an extra ball, and now Mackie can face all 6 balls of this over, if possible.
Well, she's on strike. And this one is hit high and hard. High and hard. It goes all the way over the top, over mid-off for 6. It was there in her crease, and she smacked it.
Yeah, not. Should I comment? I don't think I should comment after that, because I mean it's like exactly what I said is exactly what is happening. So I
Yep.
think the pair at the crease kind of gave the advantage away in terms of some of the decision making with the singles. But that first delivery, which was a wide and allowed Mackie to get back on strike now by the Dominica team, they're basically giving away that advantage that was given to them.
Agree to you. Again, this one is hit down the ground. Would somebody get under it? Yes, she does. Good catch. She
That's
wasn't
a skipper.
expecting to catch that.
That's the skipper, that's Fontaine. She's usually a wicket keeper, so has got a good pair of hands.
Wow. But
Oh, Nisha.
it came back into the hands of that fielder running back at mid-off. And she took a very good catch to dismiss Mackie for 44 from 37. A good hand played by Mackie, but she didn't complete the task.
That's a massive wicket there for Dominica. Can't say too much about that wicket. You know, Mackie dismissed for 44. You saw what she was about now in this last over. But I mentioned it about 2 or so overs ago that she looked as if she had tired just a bit. She was tiring. She was fatigued. You saw it in some of the stroke play. she wasn't finishing the shots, as you would say. Just swinging and just coming out of it just because of that fatigue that she was showing. But it's a good innings, impactful innings from her. St. Vincent and the Grenadines now 135 for 7 with 4 deliveries left. How many can they get?
Well, it seems to me like a 140, 142 total it is. This one is driven straight to the fielder at mid-on, who does the feeling and really basically refused to run the bat out.
The new batter is Bentic. I think right now they're going to run for everything as long as they touch the ball. It's tip and run, really. Tip and run 1 or 2.
This one is down the leg side again. Another wide toss up there. So, 137 for 7. Westfield is on 8. And Bentic is on 1 from 1. What would she do from here on in? This one is pulled down. And Bentic is ducking for cover, really. Picks up a single. She's now on strike. St. Vincent posting a good total so far. Dominica very much ill-disciplined in their bowling. So another dot delivery. It's over the wicket. Again. This time she's swinging and misses again.
Yeah, they would end up at 138 for 7 St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Women, it means that Dominica women will need 139 to win when we get back. Get right.
Well, that's the end of the innings at 138. 139 to win. Who would win this one? Dominica, a little bit erratic in their bowling. St. Vincent and the Grenadines posted a total of 138 for 7. Boisted by Maki, who got 44, and Janelle Glasgow, I think she got about 30. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines is 138 for 7. Dominica need to get 139 to win. This the second game on the second day of play here in the Windward Islands T20 tournament here held in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We'll be back in a short while, actually 10 minutes or so, to bring you more coverage here at Arnosville Playing Field.
Yes, good afternoon and welcome back to Arnos, Vale, St.Vincent and the Grenadines, where we have the Windward Islands, Cricket Board Women's T20 Championship. Dominica versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines in this fixture. St. Vincent and the Grenadines get into 138 for 7. Dominica now will need to chase 139 runs in 20 overs. With me here in the commentary box is Keswick Williams. As Glasgow begins to... Elwa gets a single to come off the mark. She was the most impressive of the batters from Dominica in the first game. Elwa.
Good afternoon, St. Vincent. Good afternoon to our viewers. Not a bad position to be in, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Could have gotten a bit more, I would say, but knowing the bowling that they have, I think it's not a bad score on the board. Also coming off the back of a win yesterday. Very commanding victory against St. Lucia. Finding the edges Glasgow early. Running that one down to, looks like it's Hooper. Looks like it's Dean down there at third man boundary. Finding the edge earliest Glasgow. Something that she normally does with the new ball. Looks to move it away from the right-hander. She usually finds the edge. Packed offside field as we come accustomed to.
Yeah, that's one a back of a length delivery, just push to the field at extra cover. Looks like the tall figure of Bentic at extra cover. Skipper Joseph at mid-off. There's a cover, there's a backward point. Third. Fielder at the third man boundary. Then there's a slip. Fine leg. A squarish mid-wicket. And a mid-on. Glasgow into L1. Good shot. Cut just forward a square. Should have time for a single. They come back for 2. Yes. So couple taken.
Yeah, Hooper doing chase here. Very agile in the field. She also played football for St. Vincent. Crease as well. Played for West Indies under 19 and football for St. Vincent. But looking at the players on the St. Vincent team, I noticed at least about 6 of these females are playing for the North Leeward team. Coming from the Leeward side of the island. Anika Westfield, Jeffrey, Bentic, Hooper, Caesar, and Murray. All from the Leeward side. Yeah, pitching up that one, moving away from the batter.
Yeah, that was a very good delivery. Yeah, that one was just pitched up, leaving off the pitch. Mention that away movement. Does have a slip in place. Maybe slightly too deep, the slip feeler. I think an edge will carry all the way to her unless it's maybe a cut shot.
Again moving away. Good sea movement from Glasgow. That's the end of the over. It's 4 without loss. I wanna stick a pin on Glasgow here, Alanson. Just noticing her cricket over the years. I like the fact that she's really coming into her own as a batter. We have seen her a few times batting at the top of the order for West Indies, and she's doing it here for St. Vincent, which I really love. The fact that she's batting early for St. Vincent would only encourage her in terms of her batting. But why I'm talking about her is to stick a pin on her bowling. Because her batting is coming into her own. Do you think that her bowling is sort of falling off to some extent? Just looking at it, I feel like her batting is getting better, but her bowling is sort of slipping away a bit. What do you think?
We'll get to it after this delivery by Byron. It's a single taken there now from by Fontaine. Looking for 2. Not taken. Yes, based on the evidence in the first 2 games so far, you would want to agree with what you're saying. It can happen from time to time that when you focus a bit more on one discipline, then the other one tails off just a bit. There's only 24 hours in a day, so if you spend more hours on one, then there are less hours to spend on the other. But I still think she's bowling quite well. She was known a lot for the slow deliveries on Yorkers. We haven't seen a lot of that in this tournament so far. Perhaps she thinks that it's good enough just to keep that line and length. And then when you go up in the higher tournament, maybe in the West Indies tournament, then you'll see more of the variations that she was known for.
Yeah, good shout there from Tracy Byron. She's one of those players as well. I think by now that she should have been playing for the Windwards team. Trained by Dayton Butler. Do a lot of work with him. I've seen her grown over the years. She have really improved as a bowler. Commentator curse, I would say.
Yes, a very wide delivery on that occasion.
Not looking too good for me here, Alison.
But no, she did bowl well yesterday, and he has probably put on just about a yard or so. I think on that occasion, that particular delivery that we just saw, she was trying to bowl that one a bit too fast. But she is one of the fitter players as well, which is important if she wants to go further in her cricket. It's a bit too short. Perhaps lucky not to go away to the boundary. Only got it to the field at fine leg, but it was a wayward delivery, short and down the leg side.
Yeah, the St. Vincent team, I would say, have a decent bowling lineup. Glasgow, Byron, Anika Westfield, Murray and Hooper. Yeah, looks a little bit wayward now, Byron.
Another wide. I wonder if the keeper should go back. I know sometimes there are some bowlers once his keeper steps up to the stumps.
Yeah, you get upset by it. Saw that in a test series in the Ashes, Australia versus England, when Alex Carey came up. Down on the ground and swept over square leg. Really good shot. Aggression from Fontaine.
Yes, very good shot from Onisha Fontaine, the Dominica captain. The line was on the leg stump and she was into it very early. Had a lot of time on that delivery and placed it well. Just forward a square for 4.
Looks like aggression out of nowhere. Really tugged.
Well, they want to put up a better showing than yesterday. Or this missed for 60 odd yesterday. And these two in particular are the two best players. So they need to have a big partnership here if they are to get close. Slightly better delivery there now from Byron. Just be mindful of the wind that is blowing from right to left of your screen. Try to get the ball to pitch maybe on middle and off. Yes. And then leave the right-handed batter. Yeah,
it's always hard to control it. The wind factor here at the Arnos Vale Cricket Stadium is really heavy. Down on the knees again, trying to sweep.
The better line, but it's a slight misfield from Glasgow, which allows them to go through for the single. She seems to be favouring that sweep shot. Played it quite well on a couple of occasions now. At the end of 2 overs, the Dominica women in pursuit of 139. They are 13 without loss.
It definitely would be depending a lot on Glasgow here to give them that early breakthrough with our West Indies experience.
It's left alone. Haven't seen too many left alone in this tournament.
Yeah, that's the second time I've seen it for the day. From Fontaine. But nice channel from Glasgow. I can remember early in her career, she used to seam the ball away a lot. You don't see it as much now. But you mentioned she's good with her slow ball. She has some good Yorkers. Fontaine down the pitch, hitting it straight to skipper. Mid-off. No damage done.
It's looking to play with a lot of intent, Fontaine. Just not finding the gaps with regularity as she would want to. Has played quite a few shots already in her 7 deliveries.
I find it. A lot of these females can't really pick the gap. They have been hitting balls and hitting it straight to fielders. Middle of the bat, straight to a fielder. This time a big shot. Fontaine looking to pull. Harry from Glasgow.
Yeah, she will not be shy to examine the middle of the pitch. Does bowl a short delivery from time to time. Does have a fine leg in place and a feeling a deep third. You may consider pushing back the square leg as well if she wants to go down the short ball ploy.
Well, there's actually no square leg, so. But if she bowls that line that she's bowling there, Alan, so just on the top of her off stump, I think she'll be fine with a pack offside field. Third man on the boundary, fine leg, no square leg. Just a feel at short mid wicket and mid on.
And again, that short delivery, there's nobody back at square leg. I think this will go into the boundary despite the efforts of the fielder running around from mid on. So you have to question it. If you want to use that ploy, which, okay, that's fair enough, then you have to have the field to support it.
Yeah, definitely. If you're gonna do that, you have to have that feel.
You need to have the square leg back for sure.
Maybe a square leg, fine leg in the circle, push back that square leg and use that deep square leg and the third man. Use those two feelers out.
It's a lovely shot there from Fontaine. Wow. Just hit away with some disdain. Just punch it down the ground.
Skipper not looking too happy there with Murray. I'm not sure what's happening. But it was a good shot. Just wondering if she was a little bit too wide. But it really was a good shot. No one could have stopped that. Even though that she was pushed a little straighter. It was a good shot down the ground.
He wasn't stopping that for sure. I could tell you that. That was timed very well there from Fontaine, who has come out. I mean, when you're the skipper of a team and your team loses by 100 plus runs than the day before, it must hurt you personally, you know. And she's come out here now trying to put some back on the opposition, which is good to see. And so far, she's playing well.
Yeah, and she's playing well. She's playing each ball on its merit, I would say. Leaving alone some deliveries when it's not in her era. And anything short or too straight, she looks to hit it down the ground, which is good. Showing some experience here, Fontaine. Showing why she's the captain. So they need to be careful here, St. Vincent, because it's not a bad start here from Dominica. Needs to play a gem of an innings here, Gem Lloyd.
Yeah, and we must say that that's a much better delivery from Tracy Byron. So that's where she needs to be. Just there or thereabouts, along the off stop. Be careful not to give too much width to the batter. This time she's punching again, but very good feeling there from Hooper. She's quick over the ground. At backward point, gets around quickly there to cut it off.
It's not bad bowling at all. It's a good shot. Looking to give herself some room to access the offside. So it's not bad by Jem. Good bowling by Tracy Byron. Not looking to give too much room like she did the last over.
This is a better shot. This one is behind square. Mackie's after it, but she won't get there. That's a much better shot. She just waited just that bit longer and got it behind square, so that's very good batting.
Yeah, somewhat similar like the shot before. But this time waited a bit longer and guided it behind point. It was a good shot, good placement as well. You can see her opening the face of the bat, looking to get it behind point and getting it between both fielders. We mentioned how these batters are hitting balls to the fielders. At that point in time, she got it between both fielders. Good shot. Trying to give herself room again. This one finishing over the middle stump.
Yeah, it wasn't that short. She was looking for the pull. It wasn't that short. Got away with that one, I would say. L1, it was perilously close.
For me, Alanson, when you look at the field, and I think we both will agree, when you look at the offside field, they just move Murray from short third man and bring her somewhat backward of point. Any edge, passing Murray will definitely go for 4. That one going through her legs, but just thinking about the space between the keeper and that backward point, that whole third man region is free. My thing is, bring Hooper from in front of point, bring her to the backward point region, and then set Hooper in the place that, not Hooper, Murray in the place that she should be, which is third man. Because of the shot that was played before, they were asked to come to their right, which they did, but then you leave that big gap between the keeper and the fielder at backward point, which is Murray. Skipper is asking her now to go back on the third man boundary. Glasgow is now coming up to square leg.
It's another good shot there from Elwa. Will challenge the boundary. Dean is fleet of foot, but she cannot stop it. So she's finding the gaps. To the contrary of what you said earlier. But in her innings yesterday, she did find the gaps as well. She had a shortish innings of 20 odd, but looked quite effective in her innings yesterday.
Tell you what, commentator curse works at times in people's favor. Yes, she's hearing me. She's picking the gaps now. 2 good shots. A 4 to end the over. Score is now 31 without loss. St. Vincent look a bit frustrated. You don't want that. It is too early.
Yes, and
it's the power play. Teams are going to score runs.
Yeah, and it's a good start from Dominica. They cannot expect that because Dominica made, and that's why I was saying to my co-commentator earlier, he asked me how much should St. Vincent make in order to challenge Dominica. I said, well, they were dismissed for 60 odd yesterday, but you can't expect that because they made that in one go, in one game, that is the standard that they bat. Could be just a bad day for them yesterday, so I'd want to see them more to find out how they're doing, and these two are showing that they have that capability, and if they bat for another few overs, maybe up until the 10th or 11th or 12th over, it will be game on.
Yeah, clearly showing different standards here. Well, it's a change of bowling from Skipper. Brings on spin, a bit too short, too early. Jeffries behind of it. It will go to the boundary for 4. Another short delivery again, dispatched for 4 runs.
Yes, that's very short from Mackie. Way too short. And they have to be mindful of the fact that she had a long innings. Looked very tired at that innings, and that looked like a tired delivery. Well pulled down very short of the length that she bowled yesterday, which was a good length. She was a couple of yards fuller, challenging the stumps yesterday.
The problem that I'm seeing here now with this St. Vincent team is they're putting feelers everywhere the ball goes. Sometimes it's all about the bowler being able to be consistent in that line and area that the skipper wants her to bowl. You can see the skipper is getting a little bit frustrating now. She has now employed a deep mid-wicket. Yeah, cutting that one again, a bit too wide from Maki. Bentic doing chase, it would go to the boundary again. So, not the best of bowling, I would say here. Short the first delivery, now a little bit too wide. So you're scoring on both sides of the field, and this is where you're going to get a team frustrated and not knowing what they want to do next.
Yes, and Fontaine really applying the pressure now to the bowler Maki. She's on 23 of 13, 2 consecutive boundaries of the first 2 deliveries. And this is where now you need a calm head just to probably slow the game down for Maki. See if she could take some of the momentum away from, but she's not going to take it away with that. That's a short delivery, and that is pulled away with disdain to the square leg boundary.
Power on show here from Fontaine. Looks like she knows what she's about. Leave a couple deliveries earlier, but she's playing anything that is short, anything that is too wide. Those are her areas. Looks very calm and collective at the crease.
I tell you what, as I said yesterday, she would have been stinging from that defeat because she was dismissed very early, and then the side lost their way quite quickly after her dismissal. And she's saying, not today. I'm coming out to show you my wares today for sure.
No need for that fine leg fielder to bring up that fine leg. That short mid-wicket need to go on the boundary. Chanel Maki not looking like herself.
As I said, I think that innings took more out of her than they have assumed.
Was looking a bit tired in the back end of her innings, not really going through it or shots as she was doing it earlier. Then again short, but cut over cover and would go to the boundary again. Alonso for another 4.
Tell you what, it's all happening here at Arnosville. It's another boundary to Fontaine. It was looking good. 4 4s in a row. Can she hit all 6 of them to the boundary? Remember Ramner Sawan doing that a few years ago against Munaf Patel in a test match. Also Chris Gale doing it in the test match against Matthew Hoggard. I think Sawan did it in 2006 in the Caribbean, and Chris Gale did it in 2004 in England against Hoggard. Better length, I think, on that occasion. Still a bit too wide, but fuller. So she wasn't able to stand tall and punch it over the covers as she has done several times in this over already. And again, as you said earlier, Keswick, that, you know, they are following the ball just a bit in terms of the field placement.
Yeah, and that's definitely the problem here. Following the ball. Everywhere the ball has been hit, a fielder was employed in that position. Down the ground again. Just a little hand to it is Maki. Couldn't really finish the job. But she's happy because she's out the over with a dot ball. The score is now 47 without loss.
And she may have saved 4 runs as well. Because that was struck firmly. And I think it would have beaten the fielders at mid-off and mid-on to the boundary. So a very enterprising start here from Dominica, 47 without loss. Mainly due to Anisha Fontaine, captain. Also Windward Islands player.
Well, it's Westfield now with ball in hand. Anika Westfield, that is. Fields from the leeward side of the island. Left arm seamer. Still in the power play. What field they're going to use here now? They have a 3rd man back on the boundary. And a sweep. Very interesting to see what she's going to bowl.
They're going to bring up the sweeper. Rightly so. She hasn't bowled a ball just yet. You never know. You definitely wouldn't want her to chip one to cover now and it's dropped. Even if she hits one over the top, well then good job to her. Then you make an adjustment afterwards. But still in the power play, expect your seamer to bowl good lines and lengths. A single to square leg. Another slight misfeel again from Glasgow. Powerful return there from Bentic on the boundary.
Glasgow need to do better in the field as a senior player. A support her bowlers. Definitely would have been a single in any case. Just looking at the field placement here, I still think that Hooper can be more behind point. Everybody can take a little shift to the left. Short again, and Fontaine loves it short. Pulling it down to fine leg and definitely rolls into the boundary. Misfeel from Bentic.
Yeah, that one was another short delivery. We saw how she dispatched the short delivery in the previous over. She didn't really get a hold of that one as well as she did on the second delivery of the previous over, where it skipped away just one bounce over the boundary. But just too short there from the new bowler and Westfield. This would be a problem. They need to bowl very good lengths, in particular to Fontaine. She seems to love the short delivery. She's sweating on anything short to pull or to cut. Again, this one is short. Just seemed to just have gotten a glove on it. And the keeper also got a glove on it, so took the pace off. 1 run added to the total. Fontaine moves up to 36 of 19 deliveries. So going great guns here. Elwa giving good support, 15 off 14.
Yeah, with the state of the game now, I would probably say slow the game down, bring on your spinners. Have been scoring well off the pace.
And it's something that we didn't see from St. Vincent as well. They seem to be very reluctant to even try the spinners in the power play. All the other teams, I think, have bowled some spinners in the power play. St. Vincent, we haven't seen them until maybe the 7th over or 8th over in some case in the first game.
Yeah, down the leg side again. Another wide delivery.
And Dean actually bowled well in the first game. She took a while to settle down, seemed to have some nerves. But then she bowled, mixed up her pace. Bowled quite well, stump to stump, got a few dismissals because of the accuracy of her bowling. If she can replicate something like that, there's no reason why you couldn't have introduced her maybe in this over. Having said that, it's a bit of a recovery here from Westfield. He decided to go over the wicket. And still a little too short, I think. Slightly back of a length, which both players seem to enjoy. Could be slightly fuller.
Yeah, making it a bit too easy for them. They have been cutting and pulling the ball nicely. Another wide delivery from Nika. So both batters have been cutting and playing the shorter delivery nicely. No one haven't been really attacking the stump consistently to see how they would play against it. Everyone have been really going with the same mode of operation, short into the pitch or wide. Looks like Chris take a bit of a hit from that last delivery from Anika. Looked like she bobbled it and it went up and hit her close to her eyes. So I'm not sure if she got a hit across her face or a shoulder. I'm not sure. Looks like she needs some medical attention.
She will be getting some treatment. Medical team. The far side of the ground. Taking some time to respond, really. Don't think they're watching the game at all. Medical team. Signaling. Umpires are signaling them, but no type of response coming from that side. 55 without loss. Impressive start from Dominica women. Fontaine, the skipper, 36 off 19. Some enterprising cricket. Saw the intent from her from ball one. Showed that intent yesterday as well, but just didn't have the execution. That was dismissed early. But today, a different day. And so far, there are different results in terms of her method of operation. It's a better length from Westfield. It brings the end of the power play. 55 without loss is the best power play so far of the tournament. We saw St. Lucia getting 54 without loss yesterday. Dominic Omen 55 without loss. 9 point. So let's just check out how much that is. It's 9.17 for over. There's a changing bowling, the end of the power play, Arika Hooper being introduced. So it's something similar to what they did yesterday, and I suspect that they will be bowling Tomisha Dean from the other end. So it seems to be their template.
And they need to find that bowler to stem the flow of runs now. Because Dominica have been chugging along nicely. Skipper Fontaine, 36.
Yes, they now need 84 from 83 deliveries. Interestingly, the power play has come to an end and there are only 3 fielders outside of the circle. Not that they would have probably sent out another.
Still wondering why there's no deep mid-wicket. Just that square leg. Anika Westfield now push back on that fine leg boundary.
Ian Fontaine using her feet to go down the pitch, not timing it.
With the way how Fontaine is batting now, Alanson, definitely you have to have long off, long on, and deep mid-wicket. Those 3 places are very important for how Fontaine is batting now. This is what I'm talking about. This is huge. This is huge. Probably the biggest that I've seen for the entire tournament.
It definitely is the biggest 6 that we have seen for the tournament. And I'm telling you what, if you had deep mid-wicket, they would have had no chance. They had to be as tall as maybe about 40 feet in the air in order to catch that one. That was a tremendous blow from Fontaine. Takes up to 42 of 22 deliveries.
This is not looking good for St. Vincent at this point. Fontaine well left. Look at that. You can see she understands that. She understands her game. She knows where her off stump is. We haven't seen a lot of that from the batters in this tournament. This is good to see from Fontaine, understanding what she's good at. Down the ground again, chew mid-wicket. This one hit straight to Tracy Byron out there at deep mid-wicket. Good strong throw. The score moves on to 62.
Yeah, that one was well struck again. So she seems to be timing them quite well. They're leaving the bat with some pace. Brings elbow back into strike. Fontaine, the elder sister of Onisha or senior Fontaine, I should say. Elbow just keeps the scoreboard ticking over. At the end of the over, it's 63 without loss after 7. They're going at 9 runs and over. They need another 76 from 78. Yes, I was just saying that Fontaine's younger brother as well. We saw him in the under 15 tournament. When was on the 15 tournament a couple of years ago. He's now on the reserves for the West Indies under 19 team. Did play some matches in some of the series that they had on the under 19 West Indies under 19 team. So it's a family of cricketers, and I'm pretty sure as the elder sibling, she must have played some games with her brother.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely would have played with her brother.
Both, I think, would have benefited from that healthy competition. You know, the sibling rivalries.
Yeah, it's so sad I didn't have that kind of rivalry. I always used to beat my brother. Never had a chance against me. There was no sort of rivalry there, Alanson. It was more of a beating. If I choose to bat first, then the game is finished because I bat for the entire day. If I decide to bowl first, you don't pass 6 balls. There's a change of bowling here. Dean is on the ball now. First delivery, a wide delivery. It needs to be better than that. You could see the frustration in the St. Vincent female team.
Yeah, they've been put under pressure here, which is good to see because, you know, it shows the battle that you're made of when the pressure situation is on and how you react to it. It's a better delivery. That's something away around that area that where she was operating yesterday. Probably with a bit more flight than that one that she bowled a while ago.
Yeah, and the fact that she's bowling so slow, these batters have to put the power into the ball. This is what I'm talking about. With pace on the ball, both batters, they like the pace on the ball, so they hit it nicely. Anything short, they pull the ball. Anything with width, they go through the offside. Wide delivery again. First 2 deliveries wide.
Very good delivery on that occasion. So she has a low arm. So sometimes get the ball to just go with that angle across the right hander. This one is short and pull, but there's cover out on the boundary. Only a single.
What direction should St. Vincent take now when it comes to bowling? Because they need to stem the flow of runs. Wide again to appeal from crease. Umpire not looking too interested, but from what I'm seeing here with Dean, she needs to put a little bit more rev on the ball. It looks like she's just turning over her hands. From what I'm seeing here from Fontaine, she loves to sweep the ball. Anything on the line of the middle or leg stump, she looks to go down on the knees and sweep.
Saw it against the medium pacers as well. So
Yeah, she have been doing it successfully.
attempted a flatter, faster delivery there. Dean pulled it down to short. More flight, but again too wide. We're gonna roll up those flighted ones. Best to get them on the off stump. As you mentioned, she's not bowling very quickly. That's the same thing we discussed yesterday. So they have to put everything into their shots. And we saw yesterday that a few batters were dismissed against her, trying to go over the top, but having power failures because of this slowness. Slow nature, I would say, of the bowling.
Yeah, too short again, pulled out to deep square leg. Just in front of square is Glasgow. At this moment now, the start that they have now is all about just picking the gaps, get your singles and hit that odd boundary because they're well ahead of everything.
Very far ahead of the rate.
They don't need to do anything rash. Another single out there to Glasgow.
That was actually an even better shot than some of the ones that we saw earlier in the over, but because the fielder was Glasgow, she was able to cover the ground. She's the quickest of them across the ground. Was able to get there. It was in the gap. And at the end of 8 overs, the Dominica women, they are 71 without loss. 71 without loss. So they have just fallen back shy of that 9 runs and over. Only got 8 from that over from Dean. So not a bad start from Dean. Got a few wides in the over. So she would look to settle more as she continues to bowl. Fontaine would want to keep her momentum going at the wicket. She is 45 off 26. Scoring quite briskly and freely. Both on the off and the on side. So wide delivery from Hooper. Naughty delivery, that one. Very wide down the leg side. This one is struck in the air. Should it be? Oh, it's over Glasgow. That's well timed there from Fontaine. Looked close at one point, as if she was getting under it, but it just sailed overhead and it brings up 51 off 27 deliveries for the skipper of the Dominica women, Fontaine. Well played.
Well, I tell you what, that's a gem of an innings. Not Jemmy Loy, but gem from Fontaine. All around the ground, she played her shots. Some lofty blows as well. Someone need to stem the flow of runs because she's batting pretty well down the leg side again. And the extras keep piling up here.
Yes, and what you could see about the innings is that it hasn't been a frenetic innings by any means, although she's 51 off 27. You have seen that she has shown the intent, but she hasn't been just swinging wildly and connecting. She has shown that she has some restraint, which doesn't really augur well for the St.Vincent team. Seen a bit of frustration on the field as well, which also wouldn't help.
Yeah, this is not looking too good for Hooper. Hailing from the leeward side of the country. You leeward players played for St. Vincent female team as well, Alanson. Jennifer Charles out of Leeward. Jennifer Charles as well, Jennifer Williams-Charles, who played for St. Vincent. Sharon Williams. Miss Douglas as well from North Leeward. Another wide. Someone need to have a chat with her. They need to slow the game down. St. Vincent is creeping away from them easily.
They need to change their plans. I think what they can try to do, put the third man back, put the point out, keep the sweeper out, and try to bowl wide outside the off stump. Go on the defensive, because you could clearly see that Fontaine is I would not say manhandling, but she's woman handling the bowling at the moment.
I'll tell you what. I've learned something playing cricket all the years. You cannot have a batter score both sides of the field. At least block one area and have her score one side. But this could be a catch. It is. It is a catch. A little disappointed here is Fontaine. After all those wide deliveries in the over, sort of gifted a wicket away, hitting it straight to the only fielder on the field that don't really spell catches. Glasgow. She's there on screen now. First wicket down for Dominica. Big blow. Can this be a turnaround for St. Vincent team?
It might be. A very good innings from the captain. I think it's an inspirational innings as well for them. So it should buoy the other members of the team as they come out to bat, the others in the batting order. Elwa is still there. She's capable. And of course now she's joined by the number 3 batter, who we'll have for you shortly. Seems to be the tall figure of Amaya Gilbert. Is coming out at number 3. So that's a very, very important wicket. I could say it's probably a priceless wicket for St. Vincent and the Grenadines women at this stage. Fontaine really, as we said before, was really large and in charge. just doing with the bowling as she pleased, hitting boundaries at will, both sides of the wicket, front and back foot, just showing a complete array of strokes. That one was pitched up, was in the slot, but just not timed well enough to clear Glasgow.
Well, Dominica don't need to do anything rash at the moment. They are well ahead of the game. Getting some singles and an add boundary here and there would do it for them. 4 wides in this over. Hooper just into a second over, 18 runs already. Good work there from the fielder at short third man in Dean. So they have a lot to think about, especially with their bowling. They haven't been consistent. They have been spilling. A lot of extras. Yeah, again down the leg side. Flick down to fine leg. Just a single. So they don't have to do anything out of the ordinary. Singles will do with an odd boundary. The score is up to 82 now. Really good start from their skipper Fontaine. She's probably so disappointed right now, sitting in the dugout. Again into the pitch short. Missing out that time. It's Jem.
Yes. Pressure will be on her now because she's a set batter. She has been there probably with the best seat in the house in the innings of our skipper. But now the pressure will be on her to keep the scoreboard ticking along. Not necessarily the rate at which the skipper was going. You don't need to go striking at close to 200. But she needs to ensure that the dot balls do not accumulate and then push the required run rate up. At the moment, the required run rate is only 5.18. But they don't want to see it going up to 6 and then 7 and then 8 and higher.
Yeah, they don't need to get helter-skelter at the moment. Required run rate now is 5. The current run rate that they're going at is 9. So they're in a good position. Again down the leg side.
So another wide there from Misha Dean.
They have been making it very easy for Dominica with the extras. Yeah, this one tucked into mid-wicket. Very indecisive in if they should take a run. But good work there from Dean.
Of course, there was a run in that for sure. Could have really been a run.
Here we see the mistake again with the fielding position. Well, it's a no ball. Ball way off the pitch from Dean. Free hit signal. And it's stumped by Chris.
Look at that ball that she just bowled a while ago there for the free hit. If she bowls like that every delivery, then she'll be doing very well because that's a good delivery. Was flighted, drew the batter down the crease, missed it. Opportunity for a stumping, but of course it would not have been out because it's a free hit. But that's what she should be trying to aim at. That length and that pace as well. Slow it down, flight it. When she tries to pull down the delivery, she drags it wide because the arm is quite low. So it's tugging it this way.
Yeah, it's all about doing the right things. Yeah, this time just punching it out to extra cover. Hitting it straight to Jeffrey. No single. And I think this is something that have been plaguing the St. Vincent team over the last couple of years, is their bowling and giving away too much extras. 2 in this over now.
Yeah, they really need some spinners. A good delivery again. So after we mentioned that the free hit delivery was the delivery that she should bowl, so 2 deliveries now similar to the free hit delivery. That's where she should be bowling. Another misfield. And they have time for 2. No, once it's just a single taken. Single taken. Dominica women 9.5 overs, 85 for 1.
Yeah, they really need to do better, Alanson. Again, short. It was on the stump, but it was so slow. But I have enough time to sort of swivel it around to find leg for a single. Got 14 extras, Alanson. That's 2 overs and 2 balls.
It's a lot of extras and something we have seen from the teams in this tournament. So it's definitely a point or an area that can be worked on across the board. And it'll be interesting to see how the games after these first 2 rounds go, because of course you want to be able to claim rust again. You know, you have been here now and you have played 2 rounds of games. So you'd want to see that the standard of the bowling rise in the next few rounds, and also to some extent the ground feeling as well. So those 2 aspects in particular. We've seen some good innings from some of the batters, so that's heartening. And at this time, Dominica, they need 53 from 10 overs. They are 86 for 1. Should be in a very good position when you look at the scoreboard, but maybe with the dismissal of their skipper, a little bit of nerves have set in. But definitely still in the box seat as far as this game is concerned at the current moment. So we'll take a break now. Players having drinks, so we'll be back with you very shortly.
So we're back here at the Arnos Vale playing field to continue this game between Dominica and St. Vincent in the Windward Island T20 Women Championship. Sorry we weren't in soon enough to witness that lovely shot by Jem Eloy for 4 on the square leg boundary. With me in comment box is Mr. Roberts. How are you doing this evening? Good to see you.
I'm okay. So let me say good afternoon to listeners, viewers. Dominica woman 94-1 in the 11th over. Still needing another 49 for victory. The question, Kesrick, is it possible?
Yeah, definitely possible. With the way how St. Vincent is bowling presently, giving away a lot of extras. It's probably the 16th extras or so in the game.
What I would like to see from Hooper is actually bowling wicket to wicket. And that really and truly would have caused the demise of Fontaine, who she would have picked up earlier. Or straight to the leg side, to the off side, just bowl wicket to wicket, and that is basically what I'm talking about right there. And you will be definitely rewarded. I keep saying it since yesterday, and I would like to see more of that, especially from the pace bowlers.
They definitely need to be a bit more consistent. Saw that onslaught earlier from Fontaine. Played some really good shots. Anything that was short, she played it well. Anything that was ball with, she played it through the offside. Played all around the ground. The over that really got her started was that over against Chanel Mackie. From there, she seems like she was in and she played shots all around the ground. Up to this point, Dominica have been in full control of this game. Not the best bowling effort from St. Vincent. Just chipped out to mid-off. No single. Jem looking a little bit tired now. She needs to find some energy to take her team home. This is the time that they need her. Played yesterday as well. So I'm not sure if a little bit of fatigue is creeping in. Another wide. And that's their problem there, Roberts.
I think Hooper is definitely trying to bowl too fast. What it requires of her here now is just a line and length. That's keep that consistency. Get it on the off stump. Tripping down the leg side, it's not gonna be working for you. That's more of what we're looking for her, Kesrick. 92 for 1 after 11 overs. Dominica need 47 from the final 9 overs. St. Vincent I think St. Vincent and the Grenadines just need to pick up another 2 wickets here.
Yeah, but Dominica is fully in control. They don't need to do anything out of the ordinary here, Roberts. It's 47 as you mentioned. 9 overs. It's 54 balls. So they're well ahead. Every over, St. Vincent have been giving away at least 2 extras or so. And that is not doing well for them. If they need to win this game, if they need to take it down to the wire, because the truth is the Jem Eloy who is there isn't really damaging you. That one just going down. The other batter at the other end, Amaya Gilbert. 10 deliveries, just 2 runs. So we know that she's not going to be batting like the way how Fontaine played her innings. So right now it's about taking it down to the wire. Bowl your dot balls. This one just coming back into Gilbert. Running it down to the 3rd man boundary. Just a single. Not the best of throws from Hooper.
Now, Kesrick will notice the short third have just moved from there and go to fine leg. And something I saw from the Grenada team yesterday, they keep toying with the field. So you move the player from that position, I'm going to put the ball right there.
Yeah, and it is something that I've mentioned. If you're going to have a spinner bowling and there's no third man, at least that point have to come behind. But she's still in front. And for most of this game, I've been looking at the skipper for St. Vincent, and she has been following the ball everywhere the ball is hit. She has employed a feeler. There you see it again. Wide. This is the first one for the over, but I mentioned almost every over in this bowling innings from St. Vincent, they have produced an extra. They just need to be consistent. Both batters at the crease right now for Dominica isn't damaging your bowling. Yes, they are in a good position, Dominica, to win the game.
Keswick, I know you mentioned the skipper is following the ball as well, but she needs to be the coolest and the calm head person on the field. Throwing around her arms like that out there is not really encouraging her players.
Yeah, that's not doing anything for her team. Looking as frustrated as anyone. You're supposed to be as calm as ever. Control your team. No, she moved back that player to short third man. Flight in delivery again from Dean, hitting it short mid-wicket. Good stop there from Glasgow. She is someone again that needs to be close to the bowler. I like the position that she's feeling at. Then she can have a few words with Dean. Flighted delivery again. Back on the back foot is Gilbert, just punching it out to mid-wicket. Glasgow doing chase.
It's a very good over so far. She have bowled 3 overs for 17 runs, and the score is now 97 for the loss of 1 wicket. Dominica need 42.
Not gonna be surprised if this game end up to a nail biter here, Roberts. I will not be surprised because Glasgow is with ball in hand now, it seems. If this turn out to be a good over, we might see Dominica scrambling at the back end here to get some runs because they don't have any smashers at the crease like what we saw from Fontaine. If they can get 2 fielders inside the circle that will stop these singles, and then the boundary riders have to do their part. It's a weird feel because there's nobody at long on. Glasgow is asking Jeffrey to come at short mid-wicket. There's no fine leg now. So she's asking the fielder in Hooper to come at long on. Tracy Byron needs to come to mid-wicket. There's no fine leg. Not sure if she's going to bowl spin. Is this the case?
It is important for St. Vincent and the Grenadines to get a push on and at least try to get a wicket here. The score for Dominica is 97 for 1 in the 13th over. And that's a wide ball down the leg side from Glasgow.
I'm not sure what the mindset is here because Glasgow is a known fast bowler, plays for West Indies, bowl fast for West Indies. This is a national tournament, Roberts. Why is she bowling spin? I'm not sure if it's a tactic. I'm not sure if it is something that they have planned in the dressing room that she bowled 2 overs of pace and 2 overs of spin. I'm not sure.
What I observe from the faster bowlers went for runs, and I feel that they figure that the spin is the way to go. But you're basically bowling out a number 3 batter who is not really punishing you. I think you should actually do what you do best.
This is unacceptable, I would say. Very much unacceptable. As a West Indies player, would you accept someone like a Obed McCoy coming to play for St. Vincent and bowling spin? It's unacceptable. At this point, I'm not sure if it's a plan, but it is something I think that the coach need to have a conversation with her. Probably going to ask a question after this game, but certainly not something that I think that she should be doing in a national tournament like this. She will never bowl spin for Windward Island, and she will never bowl spin for West Indies unless it is something that is discussed. You are good enough to come and bowl pace, hit that line, hit that length, and get good results. Even though the team needs a spin bowler, let the spin bowlers do what they're supposed to do. You as a pacer, your skipper call you back, you should be bowling pace. It could be a bit harsh. As I said, I'm not sure what the plans are in the dressing room. But do what you are picked to do. Trace for Anika Westfield. They would get two. And I did mention a couple of overs ago, Roberts, that every single over St. Vincent team bowls, they're giving away extra. She did give away one earlier. But it's the end of her over. 3 over 16 runs.
Because we all know catches win matches, and I think I saw 2 went down. The keeper really and truly not doing a good job behind the stump, behind the wicket. So, because I think she have an easy miss stumping as well, what should have really gone in favor of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but unfortunately. All right. But the score is 101 for the loss of 1 wicket, 7 overs to go. Dominica still need 38 from 42. I feel we up for a nail biter here this evening, Kesrick.
Yeah, definitely. As I mentioned, the batters at the crease now, they are not going to destroy you. If you keep it wicket to wicket, you're going to make it a tight game. Gilbert, 17 balls, 5 runs, 35 deliveries from 4 gem, 25 runs. So they are not batters that gonna come and destroy you. As long as you keep it wicket to wicket, they're gonna find themselves in a position that they have to go at the back end. Keep it tight, keep it on the stump. This is what St. Vincent need to do. 38 runs to go. If you really look at the spell that Dean has bowled here, Roberts, if it's not for the wides, she really would have, you would say, bowl a good spell. Take the wides out of the equation.
With 9 wickets remaining in hand for Dominica, Dean is bowling excellent. It means that Glasgow have 1 more over to go. Would she come back here now after this over? Very good ball. 24 single. So Keza was asking a question. Do you think, as the captain or the vice captain, that Glasgow should come up for her final over, knowing that after this over there are still 6 overs to go?
I like the question, but this is how I would answer that question. If the game comes down to a nail-biting game, 2 overs left and Glasgow have to bowl a penultimate over, would she bowl spin or pace?
Leave to be seen.
Dean now is finishing up a spell. Just 18 runs, even though she bowled a few extras. So when you check the amount of extras that Dean bowled, She bowled about 8 extras or so. So take away that 8 from that 19 runs from that 4 overs. She really would have delivered a gem of a spell if not for those wides that she did bowl. So when you really put things into perspective here, Roberts, the spin is sort of doing the job. The batters, they're not really attacking the spin. They really score off the pace. But that still didn't give the excuse for Glasgow to go and bowl spin.
Well, I think the question out there now is who gonna bowl this over? Is it Mackie? Is it Glasgow? Is it Hooper?
I definitely would choose a Mackie to come and bowl here. No, she didn't start too well, but it's 2 different batters at the crease. You have to save Glasgow because of her experience. Even though you think that she shouldn't be bowling spin, no. It's a discussion that they should have. You have to hold her back. At least, not now.
I think there's still a conversation going on, Kesrick. So who's going to bowl this over?
Yeah, 6 overs to go. You don't want to bowl Glasgow now. I would have brought Mackie back because of the batters that are at the crease.
Well, we're still going to see the spin of Glasgow in her final over. Dominica in need of 36 from the final 6 overs. Captain seems not to be too happy.
Not sure if this is the right choice, but sometimes making the wrong choice can turn out to be the right choice at the end of the day, Robert. So,
but nice for her to pick up at least 3 wickets in this over and then put the Dominicans back on their back foot.
I would certainly say that they're on the back foot already. That's what I think. Last few overs or so, they didn't hit a boundary. I mentioned when Fontaine left the crease after she lost a wicket, they didn't have to do anything rash, but they haven't been picking up the singles. The boundaries dried up. And everything looking St. Vincent now.
With just a run of ball, Kesrick, 36 from 34, well, 35 from 33 now. Picking up the ad boundaries, it will basically put Dominica in the driving seat because your main bowler is basically bowling out after this next 3 balls.
After she finished, there's 5 overs to go. They still have Mackie. Dean is finished. This one passing through the legs of Gilbert, missed by Dean, by Chris, sorry. She haven't been doing too well behind the stumps today. Everybody have their days. Probably one of the off day for her behind the stumps. Is it a leg by? Looks like a leg by, signal by Cardell Jack. Umpire played for West Indies as well, from St. Vincent. Giving herself room is Gem. Didn't get any bat at all on it. 34 runs to go. 31 deliveries. Score sort of dried up in the last 6 overs or so. Flighted again, hitting it straight to the skipper. Easy catch for the skipper. Glasgow picking up a wicket, the first wicket in this game. This could really put a nail in the coffin for Dominica. Not the time they want to lose a wicket. So the gambling worked out. Here, Roberts.
Well, I said earlier, if Glasgow could pick up 2 or 3 wickets in this over, it will mean that you will put a serious dent in the Dominican team, women's team. With the score now 105 for the loss of 2, 5 overs remaining. Glasgow 1 for 17 from Hall 4. Gilbert still there, 6 from 21. The question now is who gonna bowl this one? This 16th over. Would it be Hooper? Would it be Mackey? Who would you entrust to do this? 'Cause
Well, when you look at what's happening, you talk about Dean. She only went for 19 runs. From that 19 runs, at least about 8 or so wides. So when you take those wides away from her spell, she really would have gone for only 11 or so. So I would have bowled the spin. I would have brought Mackey back. Last year I picked up the most wickets for them in the tournament when they travel. She bowled pretty well yesterday. Fontaine took a liking into her today. So I would say bring her back. It's just an off spell for her earlier on today. They have trusted Hooper to bowl this over now.
Hooper have some pace, but I just want to see she bowling wicket to wicket. She had a very good rhythm. What I love to see is she bowling wicket to wicket, because we are now in the 16th over, and after this over there are 3 more overs remaining. The batters are not going at you, so you bowl wicket to wicket. You miss, I hit.
Not sure what Hooper is going to do now. Looks like she's going to bowl spin as well. Shadow of the Frank Thomas Pavilion almost covering the ground. Flighted again, hitting it straight to extra cover. Yeah, good work there from Chasey Byron. Sorry, that's hitting it straight to cover. Let's place that cover. Extra cover is Jeffrey. Homer down there at long off. Hitting it straight to the fielder at short mid wicket in Glasgow. So I'm guessing it's a plan from St. Vincent team. Dominica not really scoring off the spin. A wide delivery again. This is what is hurting St. Vincent. Over 20 wide deliveries bowled by the St. Vincent team. Yeah, this is too much extras. Misfield from Jeffrey at show from Homer, missing the stump. This could have been another run, but cleaned up by Mackey. The score is 110 for 2. Dominica needing 29 runs from 4 overs.
So the question I'm still gonna ask: who would you entrust to bowl this other over? I guess you gotta bring Mackey.
Well,
But you can't ask Mackey to bowl spin.
Well, the way how things have been going,
And
I would say spin all day. Roberts
I do think they're having a conversation as to who.
definitely would be Mackey. Just probably would have decide to bowl the spin if you're gonna bowl the spin or the pace. Bowl the pace from that end and bowl the spin from this end. Because bowling the spin from that end as well, they're hitting in with the wind. Mackey bowling that one just outside the line of off stump. Punching is St. John. Abeen is St. John. This one just punch out long on. Easy work there for Glasgow. Just a single. They're going to need more than that, Dominica. The way how things have changed here, Roberts. When it looks so good for Dominica, things have really changed. Just punched out to the fielder. at mid-off. Hooper.
But
Good work.
Keswick, if you notice, even the ball went to mid-off. They're not looking for even a single. And they are single on offer. And I've seen this happening since yesterday with Dominica.
Yeah, that's something that I think is hurting them. They only look for the boundaries. Chanel Hooper turning, not even a celebration. It's as if she's saying, I know I'm going to do it, and I've done it. Gilbert advancing. That one, keeper doing a fine job. This could be the nail in the coffin for Dominica. St. Vincent picking up their third wicket. Gilbert has to go. Yeah, somewhat like out of the front of the arm. Subtle celebration there for Chanel Mackie. Dominica, it's not looking too good for them, Roberts. It's not looking good at all.
And with that wicket, the required run rate climbs to over 8 or over 111 for 3 in the 17th over. All spin from here, Keswick. It's all spin from here. I don't see no seamers coming back to finish off this innings. The new batter is Shadia Simon for Dominica. 2 deliveries to go from Maki. Can she pick up another scalp here?
Really good start from Dominica today, but couldn't continue. Ever since the loss, their skipper in Fontaine, they can't seem to stay on top of the water. They have been sinking.
What I said earlier, 145, 150 would have been a total that St. Vincent would have been able to defend comfortably. But I think now, with the score that they have, it's a little bit more easier for them to defend.
Well bowled there for Maki Sadot. And anytime it's Sadot, especially at this point of the game, it is a gem of a delivery. And that's what St. Vincent need. They need to pile those dots up. And this one is just hanging in the air. Easy catch for Tracy Byron. Chanel Mackie not celebrating. It's like she's saying, easy peasy lemon squeezy. I'm going to do it for Vincy.
Well, she did it with the bat. When they had a chance to bat, she scored 40-something. Now she's doing it with the ball.
Not what we're expecting from Dominica after being in such position. Slipping away. This is a landslide. After such start, not in any position at all to play that shot. Just standing there. Front leg straight as an arrow. Yeah, why? Look at that. Look at that front leg. Straight as an arrow. Short delivery. Easy catch for Tracy Byron. At extra cover. St. Vincent right now is in a really good position. I always hear my fellow commentator and Kenroy Martin speak about cricket being a game of great uncertainties. Well, right now, I'm not sure. But to me, St. Vincent looking very comfortable at this moment.
Yes, with 28 needed from the last 3 overs, and Byron is back, and we will see some pace. So my thing from here, Keswick, is that she bowl wicket to wicket.
That one just sliding down the leg side, really good. And this is what I'm saying here, Roberts, is that it doesn't matter the position of the game. Glasgow is good enough to bowl pace and defend any amount of runs, especially at this level, knowing that she's an international player. Tracy Byron, guilty of straying down the leg side. Again, we see another extra ball. I need to sit with the scorer's book after this to check how much extra there is. Changing the feel again. Throwing that feel at fine leg. Another dot delivery. This is important. The dot delivery is important, Roberts.
It is important, but it will be more important if she have something in her fourth column to work with as well. So bowling wicket to wicket here, because the batters they're not going at you. So you bowl wicket to wicket here, you will eventually get something in your fourth column. She's in her third over.
Swinging hard again to the leg side. It's Abini. Not getting enough bat onto it, just finding the edge. They're really in command of this game here now, St. Vincent. They're just looking to bowl the dots. If they do get a wicket, it's a plus. That's what they're thinking. Yeah, this one hit true mid-wicket. Skipper doing chase. Falling through her legs. Going through her legs. Easy 4. This is something that they needed 4 overs ago or so. Tracy guilty of being a bit too short. Abini spanking it through. Too short mid-wicket. Skipper doing chase, going around, going through her legs. Couldn't clean it up. Abini trying to go down the ground again. Just wondering if that boundary is a little too late, Roberts.
I won't say it's a little too late. I think she's trying to go hard and high here. So if she hold out on 2 and carry them for 2 maximum, that will be 12 and it will bring the run rate right down. Very, very good ball there from Tracy. Can we see a run out here? No. Keeper misses again. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The keeper is definitely having herself a bad day. Very, very bad day.
What is going on here, Roberts? This is something that he will not see again on a cricket field. It's probably one of the worst days in the field when it comes to a bowling team and the keeper. She's a lot better than this, I would say that for sure. I've seen her on a few occasions behind the stump. It's just a bad day. Don't write her off.
2 overs remaining, Keswick. Dominica need 11 runs per over from here for victory. St. Vincent need 6 wickets, or you just basically need some dot balls. Very, very important here, and here's Mackie is back.
Yeah, at this moment now, I don't even think that St. Vincent is thinking about the wickets. It's all about bowling those dot balls, because the batters at the crease right now, they're not looking to hit the ball. They haven't been getting any sort of connection. Probably the worst day I've ever seen on a cricket field with crease. She's a lot better than that. Definitely it's an off day. You would see her bounce back from this. A West Indies on the 19 player as well. It's just one of those days. You step onto the field and everything you do feels like you're not sure what you're doing. And this one hit out to long on. Vice captain doing some work out there. Good return, just a single. Abini St. John's a little bit angry. She's the one that looks like she can get to hit it over the boundary. This over definitely decides the game. Still 21 runs needed. But St. Vincent have been very guilty in bowling a lot of extras. And we know that can change things. 2 for 18. Remember, the first over for Mackie was taken to the cleaners. 4 fours in that first over. She came back stronger, but a wide delivery. Dean doing chase. Would it get to the boundary? No. Good work from Dean. Yeah, we always mention how guilty the St. Vincent team is. Bowling extras, bowling wides. Something that the coach need to really look into. Giving herself a bit of room. It's Abini hitting it. Oh, just finding the edge. Going straight to the field at square leg. So far, so good.
If I was the coach for Dominica team, I would have sent a message out there now for Abini to take most of the strike because she's looking the more aggressor out of the two out there.
I tell you what, just 4 wickets down, you have to go. You have wickets in hand. You have to try as much as possible. After being in such a position at the start of this innings from Dominica, this one, dot delivery, goal for St. Vincent. Every dot delivery is a goal.
Sitting in the comebacks here, Kesrick, I asked this question, is it the bat a little bit too heavy for some of the batters?
Guessing that they would know the weight of their bat before they come to the tournament. Hitting that one straight out to point, just a single. Homer doing work. To St. Vincent. A dot delivery is goal. A single. I guess it's probably silver. So they'll be pretty happy with that still. Just another single. Jeffrey doing the work there.
123 for the loss of 4 wickets, 1 over remaining 6 legal deliveries. Dominica needs 16 runs for victory. And can St. Vincent and the Grenadines restrict Dominica and get this win, as Grenada did all up today, getting 2 wins from 2 games. As we see Tracy Byron come back for a final over of this match, game 4 of day 2 right here at Arnos Vale playing field.
Well, things are not looking too good for Dominica. 16 to go off 6 deliveries. Down the ground goes Abini. Just a single again. This will not help Dominica team.
A single of the first ball is goal, Kesrick. Knowing that Abini is basically the most aggressor out of the 2 lads out there.
Yeah, George is not really, putting pressure. Byron just asking the skipper to use all on the long boundary. Yeah, wide again. How much have we seen today, Roberts?
That one is a close call, Kesrick. I would definitely love to see the replay on that one again. $14 from 5.
St. Vincent looking like they're in a better position of winning this game here. Short delivery, rushing George, just a single. Yeah, the curtains are closing down here on Dominica.
Singles won't do it, and they are not power hitters. So 13 from 4. I will say St. Vincent and the Grenadines are definitely in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, definitely. Looks pretty comfortable, St. Vincent. And this one slapped over point. Would get enough legs to get to the boundary. Nicely played from Abini St. John. A bit too wide from Byron. Enough baton it this time is Abini St. John. Just 9 needed now from 3 deliveries. This thing looks possible. What do you think, Roberts? Just one more boundary and this could really put some pressure on St. Vincent.
I don't think you need to push back the sweeper. I mean, you're defending 9 runs. Singles won't help Dominica. And there she goes again. This one goes up in the air. Would it be caught? Dropped by Homer.
I'm not sure what St. Vincent is doing, but that should have been easy work. It was high. Glasgow was coming. It's definitely Glasgow catch because she had to run from mid-off to mid-on. Glasgow is standing at short mid-wicket.
7 runs from the final 2 deliveries.
Yeah, this delivery is going to decide who is going to win this game today.
Abini back on strike, Kesrick. 17 from 16.
Not the person that you would want on strike, no. She looks like the only person that's going to try to score these runs. They're now changing the field. Chasey Byron looking to push Dean out to sweep and bringing up Bentic to short fine leg, which is a smart plan. Vice captain, don't look too happy with it. Giving herself room is Abini, hitting it out to mid-wicket. Would it get to the boundary? No, they're looking for 2. Abini running strong. Good strong throw from Glasgow. Just 2 runs.
It means that Dominica in need of 5 runs from the final of this innings. As I told you, definitely we'll have a nail biter here this evening.
I'm a bit biased here as a bowler. Definitely say the bowling team should take this home. Haven't seen a 6 hit from any of these Dominican players apart from Fontaine. Glasgow is just changing the field, putting herself on the boundary. Right in the boundary is Glasgow.
Every Vincent Shan should be on their toes. Here comes Tracy.
And this one short and pulled out deep square leg for 4 runs. 4 runs here, but still not enough for Dominica. You mentioned a delivery ago, it will be a nail biter. The boundaries got hit a little bit too late. If this boundary had come a little bit earlier, probably about 4 or 5 overs ago, St. Vincent team would have been under a lot more pressure.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines won this game, Keswick, but they are not too happy. They are not too happy.
Well, look at this.
Well, we are waiting. Remember, tomorrow we have the game. We'll be back here on that's on Wednesday. And we have some matchups coming up. 10 a.m. on Wednesday, we have St. Vincent will take on Grenada. And at 2 p.m. Dominica will take on St. Lucia. That's on Wednesday. Keswick, I'm not sure what is really taking in place here. I see a ball coming out. Is it going to be a super over? All right, is it going to be a super over here? So it's the calculation. The umpires are there checking the balls. The fielders of St. Vincent and the Grenadines still on the playing field. The Dominicans are regrouping. Who is to be blamed for what transpired? Is it St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Or is it Dominica? Really good for Abini St. John, who have 23 from 18, taking the final onslaught from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. After that magnificent half century from their captain, Fontaine.
Yes, we're back here at the Arnos Vale Cricket Stadium. We're just checking the scores to make sure that everything is right with what we're seeing here and what we're seeing on the monitors. In fact, there would be a super over. We just confirmed that with the scorers. We had to check, make sure that whatever we are seeing on the screen and whatever we are seeing on the monitors, that we're doing the right thing. So there is a super over, but who is going to bowl that super over for St. Vincent? And who is going to bat for Dominica? No surprises. Definitely was going to be Fontaine. And I would say Abini. That's who I will go for. Who is going to bowl this over for St. Vincent? The first super over of this T20 tournament. You did mention it's going to end with a nail biter. They hit some boundaries in the latter part of the innings. I think should have been a little bit earlier. Probably 5 overs or so. But a boundary is a boundary at the end of the day. Now we're back here again with a super over. This is what you call entertainment, Roberts.
Well, as I said earlier, 145, 150 would have been, I think would have been enough for St. Vincent and the Grenadines to able to defend. But now we are here in a super over. And with ball in hand is the vice captain, Jamelia Glasgow. And I do want to believe that Keswick, that she's going to seam this ball. I don't think she's going to spin this over. I think that all thrown out the window by now, and I hope it's actually out the window.
Yes, you're wrong, Roberts. He's gonna bowl spin. Now look at the field. There's a deep mid wicket, deep square leg, long on, long off. Everybody else is in the ring. Fontaine is on strike, hitting it straight to Anika Westfield. Good work. Dot delivery to start. Well, before we decide, just before Byron bowled the last over, we're checking the scores to make sure that the scoreboard and the monitors are correct to call the game.
What I would love to see, Keswick, is Homer a bit straighter and Jeffrey come a little more to her right.
Yeah, definitely. Anything hit to her right, just slightly to her right, especially on the square, it's gonna be a single. That's exactly what we're talking about. She did manage to put a bit of a hand to it. Fontaine looking for 2. Just 2 runs off the over so far. A big gap out there on the leg side, on the onside. Dean is somewhat behind square, deep behind square, and then there's a mid wicket, so that's a big gap. Homer is on the long off boundary, very wide, I would say. Swatting that one, through mid wicket. Hooper doing chase, Byron behind of it, getting some hand to it, just 2. So far, so good. 4 deliveries gone. Is it 4? 3 deliveries, sorry.
Yeah, I think this is
4 runs.
I think this is also good for the tournament. The 4 super over of the tournament. Very, very good for the tournament, Keswick. Glasgow with ball in hand. 3 legal deliveries to go. 4 runs on the board for Dominica. Bowling to Fontaine. And misses by the keeper again. And this is what I've been seeing for the entire day of the innings. And she's pretty upset again with herself. Throw the ball again. They're going to sneak a single, Keswick. What are you doing, Chris? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh my, it's a comedy of errors out there, Roberts. I did mention to you, you're never gonna see this again on a cricket field. It's the first and it's the last time you'll ever see this on a cricket field.
You play in your national tournament, you're supposed to basically put your hands up and say, I want this, I want to do this, I want to win this game for my team. You cannot be making so many errors in one day. Glasgow to Fontaine.
Taking that one straight down to the long arm. Why are they throwing it like this? Why are they doing this to themselves? The problem still remains. Why are they doing this to themselves? They have not been doing good work. Because Fontaine is still on strike. New batter at the crease, yes. But Fontaine is still on strike. She's the only batter that can actually get it to the boundary easily.
Glasgow with ball in hand. Yes, I know Dominic will definitely be looking. There's 1 legal delivery remaining. And there's 7 runs on the board for Dominica. It's a super over right here at Arnos Stadium. St.Vincent taking on Dominica. That's a dot ball. That's goal. So St. Vincent will need 8 runs. when they turn at the crease, Kesrick?
Yeah.
Who's the two batters you think?
Well, Glasgow is running off, which means she would be the one with the bat. Definitely Glasgow and Mackie, I would say, to come and bat. Both batters can clear the boundary easily. Keeper haven't had a good day at all with the glove, but she needs to put that behind her. She's a fine keeper. It's just one of those days.
Well, 8 runs could definitely be tricky from 6 illegal deliveries. So you will do need a third batter. Who would you put up for that third batter?
Definitely the skipper. We'll definitely have the skipper coming in at 3. But Mackie definitely has to start. Mackie and Glasgow. She have been doing everything, Glasgow.
Hope we're not going to see another super over here this evening.
Would you leave and go after? Yes, so St. Vincent need 8 runs to win off the super over. Let's see what will happen as we take a little bit of a break here, and we'll be right back to give you this entertainment. Yes, we're back here at the Arnos Vale playing field. It's getting a little bit dark now, a little bit dim. St. Vincent needing 8 runs to win this game today. After scoring 138, Dominica flying start with their opening batter and captain Fontaine and Jem Eloy. But ever since they lose their captain in Fontaine, things started to slip away. Runs was hard to come by. They managed to take it to the end, to the last over. 5 needed off the last delivery. St. John hitting a boundary, taking it to the super over. Vice captain in Glasgow bowling that super over for St. Vincent. Just 7 runs off that super over. She's walking to the crease now with Chanel Mackie, who is known for hitting boundaries. Yeah, they really put themselves in this position here, St. Vincent. Bowling a lot of extras. Additional 5 overs or so of extras. We look at couple bowlers and their figures, and if you take away the extras from their figures, you would definitely say this was a magnificent spell. But we're here now. St. Vincent needing 8 to win this game. Chanel Mackie and Glasgow at the crease. Should we call for some lights, Roberts?
Yeah, I think so as well. I think so as well.
It's a little bit dark outside. From where I'm sitting, I probably have been asking for a cup of tea at this moment. It's a bit chilly up here. There's no way we can see any sort of sunlight. It's gone now. Everybody's standing in the stand on the sideline to witness this first ever super over in this year's tournament. The Glasgow hitting this one down the ground, not looking for two. Just a single to start, putting Mackie on strike. Gasper bowling this super over. Well, we all know what Mackie can do. Scoring 48 with the bat earlier today. Didn't have the best of starts with the ball. But then she came back and picked up 2 wickets. It's a steady work for her for St. Vincent. Looking to just cutting that one just in front. Well, behind point. Taking another single, 2 from 2.
With all the close infielders, Keswick, singles can do it, but it could also push you to another super over here.
Just one boundary.
Yeah, it's all it takes is one boundary. There are lots of gaps.
I don't think we're going to see another super over. Trying to go big is Glasgow. Trying to go big.
That ball is goal.
The thing about Glasgow, those fielders that are short there, they are looking to save a single. Anything goes through or over the heads of those 3 fielders. One is at silly mid-off, one is at extra cover, and the other one is at cover. Anything over the head of those 3 fielders is going to be a boundary. And Glasgow likes to access the offside. I said it earlier, easily. Hitting it through extra cover, boundary.
It means that St. Vincent won 1 for victory from 3 deliveries. Still at the crease, Glasgow and Mackie. Glasgow on 5, Mackie on 1. 1 run to win for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And that's 4. That's victory for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That will roll over the ropes now into the boundary. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has beaten Dominica in the super over right here at Arnosville playing field. Congrats to the ladies once again. They are now 2 from 2. They go up against Grenada on Wednesday. Which 2 teams, both teams won their 2 games on the trot. Congrats to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah, really well done to St. Vincent. Winning this game here today. Still a little bit of a work to do with their bowling. A bit too much extras for me, I would say. But a win is a win at the end of the day. Dominica really a flourishing start with the bat from skipper Fontaine. She couldn't carry on. St. Vincent and the Grenadines winning the game easily in the super over. Vice captain Glasgow finishing in style. 2 boundaries to end the game. Well played to St. Vincent. As my co-commentator mentioned, that's their 2nd game winning. Dominica losing their 2nd game. So they have a lot of work to do. As we say goodbye here at the Arnisville Cricket Stadium, for myself, Keswick Williams, Mr. Roberts, and Alan Cruikshank and Kenroy Martin. See you again here on Wednesday. Bye-bye.